Hello, everyone. We'd like to get started. We'll start today's meeting with a pulley being offered by Commissioner Helm.
Oh, this one too. Pulikako. Heavenly Father, thank you for the opportunity to serve our native Hawaiians and beneficiaries. Thank you so much for the opportunity to serve as commissioners for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. I humbly ask you for your blessings today as we conduct our meetings. Bless all of our commissioners, our chair, deputy, and all of our DHHL staff during deliberations. We ask you to guide us as we engage in meaningful discussion today for the benefit of our beneficiaries. Please keep us safe and healthy during these difficult and challenging times. With all of this, we pray in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held live and in person in the Haleʻiponui DHHL Kapolei office, 91-5420 Kapolei Parkway, Oahu, and virtually via Zoom. I'm Kali Watson, Chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and today's date is Monday, June 17, 2024, and the time is 9:42. Yeah, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Freitas is excused. Commissioner Helm.
Here.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalepa is excused. Commissioner Kaneakua.
Aye.
Commissioner Marfil.
Ew.
Commissioner Namu'o is online via Zoom. Oh, I saw her mouth move. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Chair Watson.
Here.
We have 7 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, today's agenda will start with approval of the agenda, approval of minutes. Item C1, resolution presentation, short recess for picture taking, followed by public testimony on agendized items. Item H1 will be taken immediately after C2 and C3. There is no community meeting this month. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, we'll start with the C1, the resolution honoring Commissioner Zach. Oh, hang on. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion or edits to the minutes? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, now we'll start with the agenda with respect to C1, the resolution honoring Commissioner Zachary Zane Helm. And we'll have Commissioner Nevis, if you please read the resolution.
Thanks, Chair. Hawaiian Homes Commission, you like? Thank you. Hawaiian Homes Commission Resolution Number 310, honoring Zachary Zane Helms for his service to the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Whereas Zachary Zane Helm was appointed to the Hawaiian Homes Commission on April 16th, 2018 by Governor David Y. Ige, and whereas Commissioner Helm was born on April 1st, 1951 in Ho'oluhua, the second youngest of 7, son of George Jarrett Helm, a Melani Mai Koko Kanoho Wailuku, and was raised on Hawaiian homestead lands in Kalamaʻula, Molokai. He attended Holomua Elementary and Molokai High School, and during his sophomore year, he transferred to John F. Kennedy Memorial High School in Seattle, Washington, becoming part of its first graduating class. Commissioner Helm continued his academic journey at Wenatchee Valley Junior College before graduating from Central Washington University with a bachelor's degree in recreation management in 1974. And whereas Commissioner Helm served as the program director for the Boys and Girls Club of America in Seattle, his leadership extended to coaching various sports, including youth Pop Warner, soccer, baseball, and basketball, while serving as a basketball official. Beyond his professional endeavors, Commissioner Helm is a gifted musician and co-producer of Sweet and Lovely album in 2004 to 2006, which received 5 Nahoku Hano Hano awards and a Grammy nomination. He traveled the world with his daughter, Raiatea, promoting her music. He was an integral part of her start in the music industry, providing support and guidance that helped her achieve significant success. And whereas Commissioner Helm organized numerous community events, such as the George Helm Basketball Tournament, the Youth Invitational Basketball Tournament, and the Prince Kuhio Celebration, and volunteered for organizations like Molokai Little League Association and the Kalamaula Hawaiian Homestead Association. And whereas Commissioner Helm has a deep passion for farming, landscaping, and cooking, nurturing a variety of animals over the years, including chickens, pigs, cows, and goats, reflecting his connection to the land and traditional Hawaiian practices. His dedication to Molokai development extends into advocating for infrastructure improvements, land acquisition, and funding appropriations, aligned with the vision of Prince Kuhio and the welfare of Hawaiian beneficiaries. How many more pages do you need, bro? Commissioner Helm's strong commitment to stewardship and follow through is evident with his view of each opportunity as a responsibility to steward what he receives, shaping his character with a deep commitment to fulfilling his obligations with unwavering dedication. And whereas Commissioner Helm's career includes 28 years as Maui's County Parks and Recreation Department Molokai District Supervisor and 4.5 years as Maui County and Parks Recreation Deputy Director, retiring on January 1st, 2014, with 33.5 years of service. During his tenure as District Supervisor and Deputy Director, Commissioner Helm was instrumental in securing funding for a new maintenance shop for the Wai'ehu Municipal Golf Course, new community and recreational centers for Mauna Loa and Kualapu'u communities on Molokai, and new maintenance shop for the maintenance section on Molokai. He served on the Maui Liquor Commission from 2001 to 2005 and the Liquor Adjudication Board from 2010 to 2013. Commissioner Helm played an integral part in securing funding for the current Kiowea Park Pavilion and the restroom facilities, as well as the new pavilion at Kalanianaole Hall restoration, and contributed to the Malama Park Cultural Park restoration and the Holuhua water system improvements. And whereas Commissioner Helm served as the president of Kalamaula Hawaiian Homestead Association on Molokai from 1998 to 2005, Commissioner Helm created and organized the removal of over 2,000 abandoned vehicles and appliances on Hawaiian homelands on the island of Molokai, and organized Kuhio Day celebrations in 2004 and 2005. And whereas Commissioner Helms organized and coordinated community youth sports activities such as basketball, volleyball, soccer, tennis, and served as high school basketball official for the Maui Interscholastic League for the varsity boys and girls for 20 years, a baseball head coach for Little League Junior Division, and head basketball coach for the Parks and Recs Youth Basketball League for 10 years. And whereas Commissioner Helms is a businessman, beneficiary, small-scale commercial farming, producing various crops such as dryland taro, Asian eggplant, long beans, wing beans, okra, cantaloupe, watermelon, and on 2 acres of Hawaiian homelands. He plans to produce various types of mangoes, increase various types of fruit trees, and enter the flower market with a large scale of Tahitian pukinikini, plumeria, and pakalana flowers. Whereas Commissioner Helm puts God and family at the core of his life, he shares a loving bond with his wife of 43 years, Henrietta Paluhi Stewart Holy Helm, his 2 sons, Carlton and Curtis, his daughter Raiatea, his son-in-law Bill Harrison, his daughters-in-law Chrissy and Nicole, and his 3 grandsons, Tia, Lahiva, and Aranui. Commissioner Helm prioritizes family above all else, demonstrating his willingness to go above and beyond for their well-being and happiness. And now therefore be it resolved, the undersigned duly recognizes the chairman and members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission do set forth their signatures in recognition of Zachary Zane Helm and his service to the legacy of Prince Johona Kuhio Kalaniaoloi and the thousands of beneficiaries of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, adopted this day, 17th day of June, 2024, Kapolei Oahu, State of Hawaii, by the Hawaiian Homes Commission at a regular meeting assembled. Mahalo.
You know, one of the things that I regretted most in my life was not going to Puget Sound, because I missed out hanging out with this guy, Zach, and you know, along with my classmates from Kamehameha. And I heard, and I'm well aware of, it was a nice place to be during those years in college, and you know, a lot of community luau's, and maybe I would have learned how to play Hawaiian music better if I had gone there, but I missed out. But one thing I didn't miss out and see was a public servant that, just by what was read in the resolution, clearly reflects somebody that is dedicated to improving their community. And over the years, Zach has consistently done that, and done it with integrity, effectively, and more importantly, he's throughout the years looked at where there was a need. He stepped in and filled that need, and it's reflective of all the things that he's accomplished in Molokai. While on this commission and the times that I've seen him in action, I must say that he is definitely a man of integrity. He's committed to the program, and I'm sure he will continue to do that, not only as a homesteader, but as a continuing public servant in the community. In honor of Zach's tenure here at the commission, we'd like to present you with a special token, which hopefully you'll put it in a nice place. We can look at it periodically and just reminisce about all the good things you did for the program. Zach? Let's see, I'd like to call on Mike Kalekini, our other commissioner.
Aloha, Zach. Well, I just want to say I was able to sail up the Straits of Juan de Fuca, and that's where they got like the giant octopus. I don't know if you guys know that. 100 to 200 pounds. I never did see one, but I was in that area. So this is a certificate of recognition presented to Zachary Helm, Hawaiian Homes Commissioner, Molokai Island, from the County of Hawaii, Mayor Richard T. Bisson Jr. In recognition of your service on the Hawaiian Homes Commission, your love and aloha for our lahui and pai'aina o Molokai have made a tremendous difference in the lives of our Kanaka Maoli. We are grateful for your dedication, your leadership, and your commitment to uplifting our community and fulfilling the legacy of Prince Johona Kuhio Kalani'anaole. Presented on this day, the 17th of June, 2024, Richard T. Bisson, Jr., Mayor, County of Hawaii.
Okay, may I call on Commissioner Kaneakua?
Zach, such a pleasure to serve with you and to watch your good works any man or woman who says God first and family always is big in our hearts. So mahalo nui. I will read not the entire Senate recognition for you, but the first and the last portions of this. The Senate recognizes Zachary Zane Helm, and implicit in recognition that any organization offers, it also offers that appreciation and sincere thanks to the families, because without our families, we can't serve. And so this goes to all of you also. The Senate recognizes and honors Zachary Zane Helm, Hawaiian Homes Commissioner, Island of Molokai. The Senate recognizes and honors those who have made a commitment of service and dedication to their community through their lifetime. Zachary Zane Helm embodied the profound significance of each decision, recognizing its resonance with history and its impact on future generations, such as its respect for the land and unwavering dedication to uplifting the Native Hawaiian people and their cultural identity. The Senate of the 32nd Legislature of the state of Hawaii hereby recognizes, commends, expresses heartfelt congratulations to Zachary Zane Helm on your commitment and serving on the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, Hawaiian Homes Commission for the past 8 years. And mahalo for your service and that of your family to the commission, to the community of Maui Nui and the entire state of Hawaii with dedication and passion. We extend our warmest aloha and our best wishes for your health and happiness and that of your ohana. Done this 17th day of June, 2024 at the state capitol, and it includes all the members of the Senate in appreciation for your service.
I would like to play a video. Okay, while we're waiting for that to be pulled up, are there any Randy Awo testify?
Good morning, everyone. So this is what the gauntlet looks like from here. Hulo to our beneficiaries that show up every month. Zach, aloha e Zach. I did want to take time to recognize and honor your work. You think you know a person until you hear a resolution. And I think this is the nature of the kind of work that others do, and you don't really hear about the life's work until it's condensed into this kind mana'o. And I think what's really important about your achievements, it's how it's affected the lives of so many. It's the work that touches lives in very meaningful ways. And as a commissioner, let me rephrase this. In our lifetime, the manner in which we carry out our kuleana as young adults, makua, kupuna, it's often determined by what we learned as keiki. And your connection to Kalamaula, the piko of the Hawaiian Homes movement, the generational connections, the legacy of your parents, others who have come before you, and then providing you an opportunity to do what you do, to cultivate the land, to live our culture through your mele, your service to communities both here and abroad on the mainland is what prepared you for this kuleana. And Molokai is a small island, but with a very big voice, very strong voice. The kind leo nui kind action, yeah. And remote, relatively remote, but not so for the commissioner, because they know where you live. They find you at the friendly market and at Paina, Baby Luau, etc. But here's the thing, Zach. You can be accessible, but not necessarily available. And you have made yourself available to your community. And I think being a beneficiary with this kind of generational legacy really shapes your decision-making. It's the beneficiary skin in the game that allows you to see things very differently. There's this deep understanding and appreciation for the legacy of Prince Kuhio, and an understanding that the decisions rendered today will either have generational consequence or generational benefit. And even though we don't always get it right, that is the foundational principle by which we should live as commissioners. And I applaud you for your decision-making, for that understanding of your kuleana to our people. And so mahalo nui for everything you've done, Zach. Much aloha to you. I see you in Vegas.
We're going to play a video now.
And some strange to hear the ancient chantings of our home. As I listen to the stories, my eyes have seen the glory. So let us raise our voice, the song to save our land. All Hawaii stands together. It is now and forever to raise your voices and hold your banners high. We shall stand as a nation to guide the destinies of our generations, to sing and praise the glories of our land. Within stone walls, the cities of refuge, we learn the sacred ways. Upon white the old valley floor, the ancient battles rage. From the barren slopes.
Good.
Okay, we'd like to maybe start with commissioners' comments. We'll start at the end of the table. Sonoy?
Aloha, Anakala Zach, Commissioner Helm. Mahalo nui for setting forth the kuleana that you have shown us each and every year. I kako'o Commissioner Owo's sentiments about your resolution. So much kuleana, so much commitment to community. And so that, I hope to emulate that. And so mahalo nui, I wish you well on the golf course. Aloha nui.
Mahalo, Sonoy.
I love the pictures, seeing you on the golf course with rubber slippers, you know. But mahalo nui for showing us. We're the new commissioners here, and we are learning by your examples as you have led well. You represent your island and the people well. You represent the people of Hawaii and our homesteaders very well. I think you have the heart that's needed to do this, and we will try to follow in your footsteps and make you proud that you've mentored us during this time. Mahalo nui, Zach.
Thank you, Walt.
Commissioner Namu'o?
You're on mute. Unmute, unmute.
Okay,
Got it.
Zach, I'm really sad that I'm not able to be there today, but I just want you to know that I am honored to have met and worked with you, and am completely in awe of all that you do for beneficiaries, both on Molokai and here on Oahu, as you know, and throughout Hawaii, with your love for our people. I know you will be available, and I intend to seek your guidance from you. Me ke aloha pumehana, and God bless.
Mahalo.
Thank you. Commissioner Kaleikini?
Zach. Man. So much words. You know, Commissioner from Molokai, very near and dear to me. My ohana from Olehua, Kaleikini's. My dad, my aunt, and my uncle guys live there. And my brother is Kalama'ula Mauka. And, you know, you've been a true champion for the beneficiaries in the entire state, but you really go to battle when it came to Molokai. And I really looked up to you for standing up for that. And, you know, that's one of the traits that I like to emulate, you know, going forward for the time that I'm going to continue as a commissioner. Really going to miss you. We know where you live. You always throw the best parties for your commission meeting on Molokai. Oh, man, food is always awesome. A lot of food you prepared and everything you grew there, I tell you. I'm sure we'll see you around. Hopefully we cross paths on a golf course somewhere. All right. Take care. You, Etta, been super nice. And, you know, send you guys personally aloha from my wife and I.
Mahalo, Mike.
Commissioner Neves?
Well, Zach, it's been a run. I want to thank you for your partnership, for your consult, for your extending your home to us when we come to Molokai. If there's something I've learned about the last two, well, with Randy leaving and with Zach leaving now, so I'm going to hide all my pictures with my afro when I was earlier. All of a sudden we got hair, yeah. But anyway, you know, your path is pretty close to mine. A lot of public service, a lot of youth service. That was enjoyable. Being umpires for a long time, I did the same thing. But your dedication to Molokai has been awesome, and to our beneficiaries and all. You could tell Bobby Alkane to throw your number away. My wife's cousin. But I know that you'll continue to do what you've done here. And I wish you and your family well, Etta, all the family. Love you, brother. Mahalo.
Commissioner Lea, Secretary Lea.
I just wanted to share a couple of my favorite memories. When Commissioner Helm first came on the commission, he told me right off the bat that I was not to schedule anything on Wednesdays because that was his golf day. So we never had any contested case hearings or any special meetings on a Wednesday, at least none that he would attend. And then another memory is that when getting in and out of Molokai is a challenge on Mokulele. So when we had problems getting him to meetings, he would email Richard Schumann for me, and eventually he would make it here. And when he didn't, or when the flights were delayed or whatnot, I would get a text at 11 o'clock at night saying, I'm still here. And I would be like, oh no, I'm so sorry. But anyway, I will miss you, and thank you, Auntie Ella, for letting us, and your Ohana for letting us have him for all the time that we did. We really appreciated him being on the commission. Mahalo.
Thank you. How about our Deputy AG, Alana?
Commissioner Helm, I just want to say on behalf of everyone from our office, it has been a real pleasure to work with you and so inspiring to see your commitment to your island and your commitment to the beneficiaries and your family. So thank you.
Thank you.
How about some of the staff? Juan?
Commissioner Helm, on behalf of the Homestead Services Division staff, we want to mahalo you for your many years of service with the commission. We also want to mahalo you for your commitment and dedication, not only to this program, but to the Homestead community. Again, not only on Molokai, but statewide. We appreciate your support and advocacy for the staff of the department. We wish you well. Chairman, I ask you to consider him maybe as an ag specialist for the department. Again, mahalo, Commissioner. Aloha. Best wishes to you and your Ohana. Again, I want to also mahalo the Ohana for allowing Commissioner to spend time with the department. Mahalo.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you so much.
Kahana, Albino? Land Management Division?
Hey, aloha, Commissioner Helm. On behalf of the Land Management Division, as well as myself as a homesteader in Waimanalo, fourth-generation homesteader, also on behalf of my family up in Molokai at Albinos, so you know them also. But I'd just like to echo the sentiments that Juan had mentioned, and we appreciate all the work you've done, and mahalo for your for letting Commissioner Helm share his time with us. Mahalo.
Head of Enforcement, David Hope?
For letting Commissioner Helm share.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Helm, for always being available for us. I know we didn't get a ton of complaints. Molokai is very self-sufficient in addressing their own problems, but when we did get those complaints, you were always available to us. So our unit definitely appreciates that. I also know that you're very big in advocating for our unit. I know that you were always fighting for it. And one thing that always stuck out was how you were always focused on making sure that the staff was safe. So, we genuinely appreciate that. I also, know that over the last few months, seeing some issues come up on Molokai, and I just got to second what Commissioner Wo said. It's a very, I believe it's a challenging position because you're not invisible there, you can't hide there. So, I do know that you took that on. And lastly, seeing you with your family a couple months ago on Molokai, I think it's a true testament to the man that you really are. So again, we appreciate that. We thank you for your service and, best of luck.
Head of the Land Development Division, Kalani Randa.
Aloha, Commissioner Helm. On behalf of my predecessor, Stuart, as well as the Land Development Division, mahalo for all of the work, not only in advocating for the island of Molokai, but also just being dedicated to your kuleana and making sure that the right things and the right and advocating for certain type of funding is in there so we can get things done. So mahalo for that. Also mahalo Anake and your ohana for all of the aloha that you gave us while we were on the island and whenever we would see you. And once again, we wish you the best and continued support in all that you do. Mahalo.
Thank you. Our Executive Director, Richard Hope.
Thank you, Zach, for serving on this commission, for your service. You're a dedicated warrior for the Molokai people. You're always here advocating for them very strongly. We appreciate your service, and we're going to miss you. Thank you very much. Also, you do have the best parties.
Okay, we'll go back to the public comments. Okay, Patty Kahanamoku Taruya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity. Aloha, commissioners. There's just so much to say. I don't know how to start, but I just wanted to thank you, Zach. First of all, when I came into the commission in 2019, his aloha as a commissioner here, he helped me along because we sat together here on this table next to each other. And, so much memories with Zach is that when he used to run late from Molokai, and he used to just grumble about mokulele. He used to text me, Patty, back me up, I'm running late. Okay. And if it wasn't the plane, it was when he used to pick up manapua, poki, and all those goodies for his ohana. He made sure he had to, when he came into Honolulu, that was his mission. I gotta get my manapua. Where's the best poki? And so, I have to remind him all the time that don't forget your okana because it's refrigerated when he used to take off. But, Zach, thank you so much. Your initiative, your mana'o as a beneficiary in Molokai, supporting your aina, and also supporting the Waianae Coast and other projects that we battled with. You shared your aloha with projects that were meaningful for our beneficiaries. And, it's just I'm just so happy and blessed that now you can relax as we talked and you can golf. You can be with your beautiful wife, Auntie, and her family. We malama the family. We thank you for, sharing Zach as a commissioner for 7-8 years. It's not easy, it's being a commissioner. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, traveling and away from your family. But Zach, you will be missed. I know you enjoy yourself. And I need to share this because when we went to Molokai for a meeting, that's when I learned how to drink wine. He opens his house with so much aloha, and the food that they have, correct? All the buffet that Auntie and Zach shared that made me an alcoholic. Because you go to Molokai not just for meetings, gang. You go to Molokai and you go, I want to go because you're going to end up at Zach Helm's house, right? So, Zach, I appreciate your aloha, and I love you, my dear friend, and thank you, and, God bless you and your ohana. Thank you for this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mahalo, Patty. Thank you so much.
Next person, Blossom Patera.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Mahalo for this opportunity. To Commissioner Helm, I've been around DHHL for 30 years, and I've been through several Molokai commissioners, and I have to tell you that having the opportunity to work with you on Molokai issues brought home to me the level of dedication that you have, not just for your Molokai beneficiaries, but beneficiaries in general. And so I mahalo you for that. Your very quiet demeanor and your very steady, compassionate attitude towards challenges and issues that both the department and beneficiaries face has helped significantly to calm the waters between us and allows us to work better. And so for that guiding light that you provide, mahalo for that. Like everybody says, we acknowledge and mahalo your ohana for allowing you to be with us. But I wanted to also aloha them for the level of sacrifice that they made so that you could sit at this table, right? Everything from missing the mo'opunas, sporting events, birthday parties, significant time that you can spend raising your mo'os on your aina takes a lot out of a family. But you gave that, you sacrificed that on our behalf. So mahalo for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Jan Makepa?
Again, I always have my pepper with me. Aloha commissioners and chairs. On behalf of the Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association, mahalo for allowing me and everyone to share aloha to Commissioner Helm on his departure from the department. As I mentioned at Commissioner Awo's meeting last month, I have learned so much over the last year and a half, and I mahalo you for allowing me to share space and for giving sound advice. Upholding a Homestead Commission Act is no small feat. You carry not only the weight of the waitlisters on your shoulders, but also our ancestors, and more importantly, our Keali'i Maka'ainana Prince Kuhio. Mahalo for doing so with passion and compassion. Molokai is blessed to have you. Mahalo for all that you've done and continue to do for our lahui, and mahalo to your ohana for sharing you with us. When I started attending these meetings, I wrote and continue to write everything down because I'm going to forget something important. My voice was soft and shaky, but as time continued, I realized commissioners are friends, just with a bigger o'o. And I am slowly finding my voice because you made being here comfortable. And I still feel intimidated at times, but seeing your passion for our people and to our prince allows me to be brave and be the voice for my Aina Ho'opulapula. I leave you with one of my favorites from Marianne Williamson called Our Deepest Fear. So our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful, powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Actually, who are we not to be? We are the children of God. Our playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightening about shrinking so that other people won't feel unsure around us. We are born to manifest the glory of God that is within us. It is not just in some of us, it's in all of us. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fears, our presence automatically liberates others. So mahalo for liberating us and allowing us to let our own light shine. Mahalo from the Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association.
Thank you so much.
Sybil Lopez?
Aloha Chair, aloha Commissioners. I hope you can hear me. I'm here on behalf of the Shaw Molokai Mokupuni, Sybil Lopez, and I would like to really take this time to mahalo and embrace the time of gratitude to thank our Commissioner, Zachary Zane Helm, who has been phenomenal during his past 8 years, sacrificing on the Hawaiian Homes Commission for us beneficiaries on Molokai and beyond. And the time that we were able to nurture, to grow, and to learn all together. And I appreciate every moment that we've had, that we were able to, you know, to lead our island, to lead the Aina Ho'opulapula and across the Pai'aina of Hawaii. On Molokai especially, you know, you showed me and taught me many, some of these, you know, many experiences that we were able to experienced in this past 8 years. And I would want to just shed light on one movement that we had during the pandemic, the COVID pandemic 2020. We were able to adjust into a new virtual platform, like this platform, where we created monthly meetings for our mokupuni to inform and educate our beneficiaries about the Homestead Act, about any and to learn more about how to serve ourselves and how to serve our people. And Commissioner Helm, you led us as well as everyone else, just being present, just being available for us and our beneficiaries to help educate, to learn more about what's going on, what's the agendas about on the commission, and how to really talk story and really debrief on past meetings and how these agenda items would affect and impact us and the things that we need to do moving forward. And so I really commend you greatly for that relationship that you created and that platform you help us build. And we're going on 4 years right now. And I do hope that our next new commissioner would be able to follow suit of what we've created and keep our beneficiaries informed, keep our Molokai beneficiaries informed, engaged, and be able to advocate for ourselves. And thank you so much for that opportunity. And I know being available and just being present and having you and gracing us in your presence, it meant so much to our people. It meant so much to me. And I really want to mahalo you and Auntie for providing that sacrifice. I mean, even late at nights and early mornings, and even when you all the way in Vegas, you answer. So mahalo. So enjoy your time on the golf course, enjoy your time in Vegas, and enjoy your time with your ohana. So mahalo nui. Aloha.
Thank you, Sibo. Mahalo.
Next testifier, Lehua Kauka.
Hi, aloha, aloha, Chair, Commissioners, especially Commissioner Helm. Aloha, on behalf of Kalamaula Homesteaders Board, as well as our Kalamaula Homestead community. We just wanted to mahalo you for all you did for Molokai and for our homestead community throughout Hawaii. You will never be forgotten. Mahalo for all the knowledge and just everything you did for our people. It is sad you're leaving, but enjoy that golf course and especially Las Vegas. Good luck. I hope we still gonna bother you though, Uncle. You do live in Kalamaula, so guess what? We still gonna bother you. Nah. But anyways, thank you. Mahalo, mahalo, mahalo. Yes, upu and ahui ho. And enjoy your retirement.
Thank you.
Okay, how about Kapua, Kilikoa Kamai?
Aloha, Commissioner Helm. I just want to thank you for your sensitivity and for your aloha to us, the beneficiaries. Excuse me for the appearance, but so you have been instrumental in so many areas, just like our beloved Commissioner Omo. The way and Commissioner Neves, that you folks have actually engaged the beneficiaries of your areas is an inspiration and something that I look forward to for our Oahu commissioners, as well as for all of the commissioners, for all of our local family. I echo everything that has already been shared and just wanted to let you know that you are loved. You are greatly appreciated. And we thank you for your time and going above the line in your service in hearing our pleas. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Commissioner Helm? Zach?
Oh, first of all, thank you, Chair, for this resolution. But, it's been a journey. I've enjoyed it. So many challenges, but so many sacrifices. But the biggest sacrifice that allowed me to do this throughout my tenure or throughout my career in community service is my wife, Ella. She's allowed me to do the things that we feel that it's so important, whether it's the entire county of Maui communities, but the commitment that I had at the end of this particular career that I've been doing is serving our beneficiaries. I didn't choose to be on this commission, but because of the community that I live in, people advocated to get me on this commission, and I told them I have to think about it. It was about a week decision making, but I decided to take the position. And in April 16, 2018, I became the Molokai Commissioner. I got sworn in by Joby. And during my tenure, I served under Joby Mazagatani as our chair, William Ayla, and our chair, Kali Watson. 3 of them, and 2 governors, David Ige and Josh Green. But I must say, I'd like to thank Kali, first of all. He approved us to go to Las Vegas. And it was, oh, wow, this guy, he knows better. So, Kali, thank you very much. Right off the bat, when he became chair, he sent everybody to Las Vegas. Not to play, but to work. Yeah, so, my journey is coming to an end for our homesteaders and our beneficiaries. There's a lot of good things that I feel that I've accomplished, but if I made a difference in people's lives, whether it's 1 beneficiary, 2 beneficiaries, I'm okay with that. I'm satisfied because, like someone said that, they know where I live, they know how to get a hold of me, and but I always was that kind of guy. If like say, okay, you're gonna do this, but I'm the kind of guy that I want to make sure it's done. And I'm not an articulate speaker like Commissioner Awo. He's unreal. I learned so much from Randy, and we got to mahalo Randy for his service. Yeah, and I told him I seen him on TV on Saturday because they had the awards on Maui, and there was, oh, Randy, look like you're still on the commission. No, I'm just joking, but yeah, I mean, see, I really appreciate his dedication and his work for, number one, the beneficiaries that we serve, but most of all, I appreciate my ohana. Thank you for my wife for coming, Henrietta, my daughter-in-law, Chrissy Helm, and my son-in-law, William Harrison, my daughter, Raiatea, my grandson, Lehiva Helm, and my 2 sons, one is in Canada at a union convention with Makai, so he's up there. And my other son is in training right now with DLNR. So he runs the training for DLNR. So he wasn't able to make it. So mahalo to my ohana. So, and I'd like to say thank you to our commissioners because it's not an easy job. And you know, I look forward to receiving my per diem in the mail. I cannot wait till I get my per diem. I look forward to that. Just joking. Yeah. This is all manawai, guys. It's not, you don't get paid for doing this job. And it's not for anybody. But I spoke to the upcoming commissioner on Molokai. I've known Lawrence Lasua since we're young and on diapers. But yeah, he lives in Kalamula, and you know I'm going to be on top of him. So, but we've already met. But I really feel that he's going to represent us well. So mahalo for that. But Dennis, Mike, Walter, Sonoy, Makai, Pauline, and Chair, and of course, Leah. Please take care, Leah, Chair. Leah is the key. Without Leah, I wouldn't be here. I would probably miss my flight. I wouldn't get a rental car. With all that said, and to all of the staff, the staff is unreal. I gotta recognize the staff because they're the engine, actually. They're the engine. We can discuss issues and all that. And if our district office wasn't able to get answers, I'm going to go ahead and, I'm not trying to micromanage, but I go ahead and try to speak to the individuals that are responsible, whether it's transfers or had to do with this homestead, with issues and so forth. But the staff is unreal. So I know you folks are limited with manpower, but hopefully those vacant positions will be filled within the next 2 years, and you'll get the help, but not the help, but the right help. Because this job too is not for anyone either. You got to know your stuff. You got to know, and you got to be dedicated. Because our people, you know, they're sensitive. Sometimes it's very difficult, but you know, the social life that they go through it's not easy. You know, our people, you know, this is their aina. This is where they come from, and we gotta put them back where they come from. That's, to me, that's something that we hope that you all can work on as a goal to get our people back on the land. And that's, to me, that's what I seen when I learned about the commission and the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, is to get our people back on the land. Okay, so I like to say God bless. I'm very grateful to serve you, and to our video people, Mike and gang, thank you so much. So if I get time, I'll be going on Zoom to watch you guys, but you know where I'm going to be otherwise. Thank you so much, everybody. God bless.
Thank you, Zach. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the C1, Resolution 310. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion
Aye.
carried. Congratulations, Zach. We're going to do a recess for picture taking. Recess.
Oh, recording in progress. Well, this beach setting over there and look at
Okay, we're gonna start off with agenda item, the consent agenda. Juan Garcia.
Hello, Chairman, members of the commission. Again, for the record, my name is Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. And for you this morning, there's 13 consent agenda items for your consideration. D2, approval of consent to mortgage. D3, approval of homestead application transfers and cancellations. Approval to certify applications of qualified applicants for the month of May 2024. Reinstatement of deferred applications. Approval of assignment of leasehold interests. Approval of amendment of leasehold interests. D9, approval to issue non-exclusive license for rooftop photovoltaic systems for certain lessees. D10, cancellation of a tenant common interest. D11, request for additional time extension in the matter of commission designation of successor for George Stephen Mikalele. D12, request to surrender interest in residential lot lease number 3880, lot number 80 in Kalamaula. D13, commission designation of successor for Rebecca Thomas. D14, commission of designation of successor for Marvin Medeiros. And finally, D15, approval of supplemental dwelling unit.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
Mr.
Any
Chair,
discussion on any other item?
Mr. Chair, I have one question.
Commissioner
I have
Namu,
one question. One D11.
you gotta, there you go. Yep, now we can hear you.
D11. Okay. Just one question. You're asking for an extension, but the successorship documents were already signed in May. Why would you need another extension?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. The commission approved a deadline and authorized the department to extend that deadline for 60 days. The execution of the lease document is beyond the 60 days extension authorized by the commission, imposed by the commission for the department to extend. So we want to continue and complete the successorship. So we're coming before this party to allow the department to extend beyond the 60 days provided previously by this commission.
Okay, I don't understand why you need another extension. Because you
The
already,
extension is necessary. I'm sorry, the extension is necessary because the department was authorized to extend the deadline only up to 60 days. The beneficiary executed.
Around that one, so you need another 60 days just to finish the thing?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, we lost you at the last part of your question.
I'm just asking, do you need another extension just to finish the paperwork? Because
Yes.
my understanding, you already reported that he signed all the documents already.
We did not record. We just simply had the successor execute with confidence that this commission would provide that extension so that we can finish the transaction.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is D11.
Commissioner Kalekini?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. D11, right?
That's
Juan?
correct, Commissioner.
Okay, so it looks like we've done it in May. It's just a process that we need to do this.
This is required only because the timeline provided by this commission and the 60 days additional time to extend, authorizing the department to extend it by 60 days. We're beyond the 60 days, so we're asking the commission to authorize that additional extension.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion
Thank you,
carried.
commissioners.
Thank you, Rowan. Okay, next item on the agenda, C2, Resource Development Budget. Gigi Carell.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Chair and Commissioners. Gigi Kyrell with the Planning Office, temporarily assigned to the Office of the Chair for this federal funds initiative. This morning, I'm presenting item C2, requesting the Commission for approval for the department's fiscal year budget request for $4.2 million from the trust fund account T25902. It's an investment for the department to pursue federal funds, which we need for many of our projects moving forward. Next slide, please. Oh, and just as a note, the exhibits were accidentally attached to C3. They actually belong to C2. So Exhibit A and B are located behind C3. Oh, I brought copies. Okay. From the DHHL planning system, funding is a major tool to implement commission-approved plans like the strategic plan, Act 279, our construction and improvement projects, as well as rehabilitation programs authorized by the Commission. We need funding to move our projects, get them on the ground, and bring them to reality. The state $600 million allocation is a great boost to our efforts. However, in the grand scheme of things of what the department needs, it's really a drop in the bucket. We do need more funding to implement many of our projects. The department launched this federal funds initiative last year, 6 months ago. So this represents our first year's budget request, which is our best estimate for what we need to get started and ramp up. Funds will be used to hire multiple vendors for all aspects of fund development, from getting the money to managing and spending the money. Next slide. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In 2021 and 2022, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act were passed by Congress, making tremendous amounts of funds available to modernize infrastructure, to address climate equity, fresh water, reuse, recycled groundwater recharge, and clean energy and transportation. These new funds are available only until 2026. So as you can see, we have a very short window of time to access these funds. In addition to these new funds, there have been existing federal programs over the years that the department has barely touched for basic infrastructure, housing other than HUD, NAHASDA, and rehabilitation programs. This current administration started this federal funds initiative, and I'm presenting the department's first year budget request to put together a team to get started. DHHL is in the right place at the right time. We have many advantages that supports our strong position to access these federal funds. DHHL mission and unique service area. We fit the federal definition of what's called underserved population or disadvantaged communities. And we score brownie points, extra credit for being in those categories. We also have tremendous leveraging power. Many jurisdictions do not have matching funds. We have our own trust fund, the 600 million state allocation, as well as the value of our land. It represents tremendous leveraging power, makes us much more competitive to receive federal funds. And lastly, we have a great track record. The department has years of experience in receiving and using federal funds successfully. For example, the HUD NAHASTA program, and we've also received federal infrastructure funds for water, sewer, and telecommunications infrastructure, as well as other federal funds. Over the years, we have accessed a total of over $100 million. We make for an attractive candidate for federal funds. Next slide. We're off to a great start. With a skeleton crew in the last 6 months, we've accomplished many things. We've gotten the $5 million annual set-aside reinstated. The first $5 million we have to access by September 2024. Now it's more about show me the projects because the dollars are there. I say reinstated because we were getting $5 million a year in the past. It's what we're using today for improvements to the Ho'olehua water system, Anahola water system, and the Lai'iapua Village 4 HEMA project, which brought us 104 new lots. We also use some of these funds for Kakiina Kumohau, Piilani Mai Keikai, and Ka'ulu Okahai'i, about a total of 400 new lots. We also submitted 9 proposals totaling over $33 million. Those are all listed in Exhibit B. All but one of the proposals is pending, awaiting final decision. The last one was not funded. However, we were invited to resubmit to another funder. Lastly, money isn't everything. You can get all the money in the world, but if you don't have the right people, which I believe Commissioner Helm said earlier, you're not going to go very far. And I'm not just talking about skill, but we need folks with a good mindset, team player attitude, and mission oriented. It's all about the mission and getting beneficiaries on the land. We secured free technical assistance to supplement existing staff. What is technical assistance? In the federal world, it's called free labor. They provide free services and technical expertise. Many are nonprofits paid by the federal government or by others, so their services are at no cost to DHHL. It's a way we can get some short-term technical expertise and help us navigate through the federal process, provide engineering advice, and pretty much act as a third party for DHHL to talk to. And we do benefit also from their experience working with other jurisdictions that we can learn from. We're currently using RCAC, a federal technical assistance provider under HUD, USDA, EPA, and Department of Health for housing and wastewater. We're also working with the Ulupono Initiative, a local Hawaii nonprofit provider, matching our projects to the right funder and providing expertise in the congressional earmarks process. Lastly, we're just beginning to engage with the State Readiness Project. It's a national philanthropic nonprofit assisting in the overall strategy for our pursuit in federal funds. All their services are at no cost to the department. So I'm trying every avenue we can to get funding as well as to help supplement our staff. With the $5 million annual set aside alone, as you can see, we've already made up the $4.2 million that we are requesting. Next slide. To propel the department's efforts even further, we need multiple vendors to help and augment the staff, especially since time is of the essence. We need people who can hit the ground running have the experience and networks, and most importantly, a solid track record. The $4.2 million request is broken down into 4 categories, and those are broken out into detail in Exhibit A. Project planning is the bulk of the request at $1.650 million. With solid project plans, it will make an easier time finding the right funder and for project implementation to go smoothly. Grant writing and technical studies, it's about $1.065 million. Actual grant writing, preparing the supporting documents required by the federal application, as well as technical studies such as benefit cost analysis, in federal NEPA, environmental requirement, preliminary engineering reports, and household income surveys. Those are typical required technical studies that we must include in our applications. We also set aside a little bit for policy advocacy. And by this, what I mean is, as we've been applying, I found that we're running into administrative hurdles, either at the federal policy level or state policy level, which is blocking us from accessing federal funds. So we do need some help with policy advocacy to change some of those rules so we can make the funding process go smoothly. And then lastly, the last category is post-award grants management, compliance, reporting, and project management. As many of you know, with federal funds comes a lot of work, project management, strings attached, and more paperwork. Our staff are stretched too thin today, and I'm very sensitive to the new work that comes with federal dollars. So we're looking at vendors to increase our internal staffing capacity, and eventually we'll probably, if our program grows, eventually we'll need a federal unit internally. So the total request adds up to $4.2 million. And as a reminder, we've already brought in $5 million annual for water sewer infrastructure. It is literally waiting for a project. We have 3 potential shovel-ready projects: Waimanalo Sewer, Kakiina Kumohau Sewer, and Kahikinui Roads and Drainage. Mahalo commissioners for this opportunity. Oh, I do have one more slide I added from the last time. The one thing I did want to note, and it is in your submittal, this would be for a future discussion with the commission, is we do need to think about a process of how do we handle federal cost share, or what's sometimes called match funds. Many federal proposals require non-federal cost share. Secondly, many of our own communities are coming to us requesting for match funds for their projects. So as you know, the trust funds are very limited. So we need to kind of think about this and prioritize. How do we prioritize our projects and put up the federal cost share when they're required in the applications? So, but I did want to make a note of it because it will impact the budget, and they do happen throughout the year. So it's not like, you know, we can say at the beginning of the year, we're going to need $1 million. There's going to be times throughout the year that a proposal is going to ask for a cost share, and we need to know right then and there if we have it available. So it's something for future discussion at the commission. But at the moment, I do request that our recommendation for $4.2 million for approval by the commission. That's it. I think that's it. Right, that's it. Mahalo.
Any questions of the commissioners? Commissioner Kaneko?
I have a couple, Gigi, and thank you so much for all the work. You know, what you provided for us during workshop last week and all the work that you do that we never see. Our DHHL staff is certainly not legion to help you with this. Because we look so carefully at Act 279, and had a lot of discussion on the budget. The $600 million that we have has several shortfalls in it. And as I look through some of the issues where we're looking at cesspools, which we know are going to be a huge problem, we're looking at wildfire response, et cetera, et cetera. So in your attachment or Exhibit B, that covers where we're looking at where the money is going to go. It also identifies sources. I'd just ask, because sometimes you don't get the opportunity to connect all these together, I would like you to, if you can, to connect this effort to acquire the $33 million to supplement what we already know we're trying to accomplish with our Act 279 funds.
Yeah.
And as we move forward aggressively to try to get people on homestead land, how this would contribute to our ability. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you for your work, Gigi.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we do have a priority list of projects, which is mostly the Act 279. So those are the first ones we're looking at in pursuing federal funds. The first initial ones we pursued, it was basically one of those things where the opportunity was there. The funder was looking for projects. We had to move quickly. Right now we have very limited staff. So I'm hoping, again, through our budget requests, as we get more team members, we'll be able to have more of a methodology, to how we're going about pursuing. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Okay, any other commissioner questions? Commissioner Kalakini?
Yeah, Gigi, thank you for your presentation. The first one I wanted to ask, can you elaborate a little bit more on, on the $5 million that we have? What's our plans to utilize the $5 million?
Well, right now we've used our old $5 million for the Holahua water system, Anahola water system, and the Lai'apua Village 4, which brought us 104 lots. We also used it in Kakiina, Piilani Maikikai, and the one right across the street. That's about a total of 400 new lots. So it's really open-ended. The challenge we're having internally is more of identifying those shovel-ready projects, ready for the funder to be able to award the funds to us. So at the moment, I understand we're looking into Kakiina roads and drainage, which could open up more lots there. And there are some repair areas in Waimanalo sewer and Kakiina sewer. Those are, I know, are repair projects, but they're ready to go. That's the challenge, is finding that ready to go. With the new lot development, one of the challenges is getting all the technical studies done, the NEPA environmental report, the preliminary engineering report. And sometimes we might have to do a household income survey. So it's a little bit more work than the repair type of projects. But that $5 million is pretty flexible. It can be used for either new lot development or repairs.
Can we go through the presentation, the third to the last page? It summarizes the different categories and the sum of the 4.2 million.
Sure.
Where we say we need help in all the different areas.
Yeah, so.
I think it's the third to the last page. Two above the mahalo.
Should be the third.
No.
Next one. Yeah, there we go.
So like this one here, do you, okay, so we're talking about getting help, right? So this is outside of staff help, is that correct?
Yes,
with
because
consultants.
there is no federal unit internally, so we have no positions. So my option is to seek outside help.
So all of this proposed budget amount is for outside help services provided by outside help.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have I saw in here the program, the breakdowns, like 13 reviews times so much, and is that the extent of what we have in detail for all the different phases of the budget breakdown? No?
I'm sorry, I don't quite follow.
For example, deliverables, right? We say 50 project plans, $21,000 average, $1 million, 20 household income surveys times 30,000 average. How did we derive those numbers? How did we derive them?
Well, this is our first year budget, so
Okay.
the first year budget to any new program is always the most difficult, right? Until you build up that track record and experience. So from my background and technical assistance providers that we are working with, that's where some of the estimates came from.
Okay.
It's kind of it's kind of like when you're setting up a new nonprofit and you're trying to gauge how much you need to pay an accountant or legal or whatever.
So you've talked to consultants already, and they helped
Yeah.
us put together the numbers
Yes.
then.
Oh, yes.
So that would apply to all the different categories in the grant writing,
Yes.
advocacy, award, etc. Okay. I was
Yes.
just wondering how we came to these numbers.
Oh, yes. Yes. It was an educated guess.
And so all this help is going to help us to try and get the 33 million? Or is it going to be more than 33 million?
Well, 33 million
Is
is
this
what
for
we have
projects we
already
identified?
We already put in proposals.
Okay.
So we're just waiting for the funder to decide if they're going to fund. What this will get us is help open the door, okay, to take the chair's project list
Mhm.
of the new lots, and go through down that list and get proposals ready, projects ready, so we can submit a proposal to get more funding.
Okay.
So, I'm expecting, we're going to have, it's probably going to take about, at least 50 to $75 million worth of applications, just to bring in like 10
Okay.
to 20 million, right?
So that 33 million is separate from this effort.
Yeah, take 33. It was just an example of proposals we were able to cobble together in the last 6 months. That was just something, there was an opportunity that came up. We had project descriptions at hand, and we had a very short turnaround time.
Yeah.
And again, we're very limited staff.
Right.
So it was kind of
You need help.
amazing. We even put together those 9 proposals was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
So, so this new help with the 4.2 will get more of a well-oiled machine going, so we can really crank out, the project plans, the technical studies, the proposals themselves, right?
Okay.
So there'll be more coming.
Yeah, Chair, I think, if we move forward, we need regular updates as to what's going on with the monies and the projects and proposals. That'll be something I'd be interested in.
Commissioner Helm?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Gigi, for your presentation. On the proposal chart that you printed out, Exhibit B, regarding those 9 proposals, you're mentioning awaiting response from Senator Hirono and so forth, like for the Molokai cesspools. So that's something that you're waiting for an answer, or they have to still go through litigation through Congress for that monies?
British about that. Any,
Yes, Commissioner. It is still going through the process. All this chart is saying, which this will be a regular chart to the commission as information only. This shows you the proposal that was submitted, who it was submitted to, what funding agency, the amount we asked for, and if it is awaiting a decision, right? It's going through their process, whether it was funded or not funded. So most all of these are still going through the process. Most of them are congressional earmarks. The good news is many of them have made the House Appropriations and Senate Appropriations committees. So that's a major, major milestone and a very good sign that they will be picked up and funded. We would have been told early on right away that they weren't going to fund them. So I just got word, like within the last few weeks, that both Senator Hirono and Representative Tokuda have advanced our proposals. So that's a good sign.
So, Chair, regarding the Molokai CESPO, is that to transfer from CESPO to that funding that
That's correct.
to another system? And that amount, was there someone did some kind of survey or went out to the island and made?
Yes, land development, it was based on land development. They're doing a statewide assessment of cesspools in all the homesteads. And Molokai assessment was completed last year, I want to say. Yeah, it was part of land development's scope.
Colin, what you got? Thanks.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Kalani Franga from LDD. Yes, it was completed then. And this is part of complying with the federal regulations in regards to conversion. So that's the reason why we needed to go through and process an assessment first so we knew what we were anticipating.
So this conversion, does it still, will there still be a cost from the beneficiaries to do the conversion besides the proposal that you have here? So will the beneficiary will still pay a certain amount for conversion?
That's correct. And that's something that we're also working with the federal government on that. There are certain types of programs I know Gigi is working on where they do bear the cost, but there's different grants that we are looking at pursuing.
Yeah, because definitely a lot of these homesteaders would not be able to afford to do the conversion. There's no way. I mean, with the cost right now to put a septic tank in versus a cesspool, it's in the 20,000 and plus, So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on this particular proposal we submitted to Senator Hirono. We did put in a component in there for a pilot grant program especially because it was Molokai and the assessment was completed for that one. We're going to try a pilot grant program to help with some of the homesteader costs for that conversion.
That'll be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcel?
Thank you, Gigi, for your packet and for all the information that you provided. I just have one recommendation. On your Exhibit B, usually when you apply for federal grants, there's a timeline, so it'll tell you when you will get the award or the notification for the award. And I'm just wondering if we could add a column that has that potential date that we might be getting that, so that when we are making decisions, we have a timeline and we know if there's more things that's going to be on the docket, how we make more educated decisions while we're getting this document. So if you could add like a little timeline to say that maybe in August we'll know, or September, or whatever the date is.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you for that
Mahalo.
suggestion. That we can easily do that if and fill that in as the funder notifies us. Because I know with the congressional ones, they get tricky because they really don't give you a day. The congressional ones really don't. But many of the other ones do. So we'll add that for sure.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cunningham.
Just as a point of information, I know that when we're taking a look at federal funding and what Commissioner Marfield is talking about is the markups, you know, we're talking about submitting, and I don't profess to understand this system, but basically we submit through our congressionals, and that's why you have Senator Hirono and Representatives Case and Tokuda here. And then from there, they go to authorizing through their committees. And then once it's authorized, it has to be appropriated. And that's where Senator Schatz comes in. And I don't need to try to do a workshop on federal funding right now because it'd take us 3 years. But
Yeah.
that's sort of what we would like to just kind of keep track of as we're
Sure.
moving along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, since you did bring that up, Commissioner, I am pleased to report that all of these, we did receive word recently that they made it in the markup of the appropriations bill. Yeah, so it's a very good sign that it would get funded. Very good sign.
Very good, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Sure.
Commissioner Nevis? Yes,
So for Gigi, thanks for putting this package together. I spent a couple of days reviewing it, and I'm looking at it strictly from a budget standpoint. I'm not a grant writer. And so I look back at project planning, and when I look at your narrative on project planning and look through your chart here, my problem is that I don't see anything specific. I mean, it's, you could put in for grants for water resources, you could put in grants for standard stuff. It's all in the same pot, and then we can attach that to which project we have going on. But my biggest concern is with the strategic plan. We're short budgeted on the strategic plan. We didn't get the money that we asked for, and so basically you should be looking at those projects. So what my concern is the project's scope and scaling and budget. That should be an internal project process. We know what the projects are. We know what we need right now. The scaling and budgeting of that should be an internal progress, not specifically from your department, but from, for instance, LDD, who has the projects that are ready to go, if we want to support those with some kind of federal funding. Next, in the grant writing, are we looking at more hands, more skilled grant writers? How many grant writers do we have now? Yourself and yourself. So we're really looking for more bodies. But my point is doing a cost benefit analysis. The primary engineering reports, that's an LDD function on the project that's going. Okay, so that should be an internal process on particular construction projects. The policy advocacy, I think that needs to be resolved before we even started the project. Because if we hire all these folks and bring all these folks in at the same time, and all of a sudden they're all sitting around saying, hey, we got a problem because we can't move these projects, I think that's an issue. The administrative issues or administrative challenges on the federal and state side, I think is a problem. If we can't resolve those administrative issues within the state, it's going to stop the project. We're going to have a lot of people sitting there, we're paying, that can't move the projects. On the streamlining the internal federal grants, that's a process, again, that needs to be in place before we can move forward. Again, the project management and sales administration, and the administration can be part of maybe the Salesforce or CAD that we currently are operating now. We can use that system moving forward. On the track record, you talk about the track record, which is great, but those are basically those are project based. I mean, you have about 3 or 4 of them here that are water based, which those make sense. You can put them in a pot and say, okay, we're going to use them for this, use them for that. So I'd like to see us look at, because our real need in my mind is the strategic plan and the short fund on the strategic plan and what funds we're gonna need for that as far as federal dollars. On the technical assistance, I think we need to really look at utilizing that technical assistance to work with the department to define the state and federal processes to clear the obstacles. So my concern is we don't have specific projects. We have some areas that are gonna cause blockades. And I think we should clear those blockades before we move through with this process.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your questions. So a couple of things. As far as policy advocacy, we're not finding those issues. It's a chicken and egg issue. So what happened, the specific example that happened is we went to apply to a federal funder, and then they told us they're using a different calculation on the census, which we had not experienced that before years ago, which they must have changed something on their end. So when we learned that this was for Leali'i, Maui, we were told they were not eligible. But in years past, when I went back to my records, they were eligible. So that's the policy advocacy I'm talking about, is as we're applying or as we're shopping around to a federal funder, we discover these issues. And it's only because we're out there, and Chair was out there in DC with us, we're out there asking the federal agencies for funding. And the more we talked about our projects, the more they were able to pinpoint what's a blockage. And so that's where I need somebody under this category to help us with that agency, either in DC or even our state agency. I'm working with an issue with Department of Health right now in trying to apply there. But they're telling us there's some administrative blockage at the state level. So I wish that's another hat I can wear at the department to address those, but I simply don't have the time. And as I mentioned before, the new funds are available for about 2 years, 2 more years. So that's partly why we need this. I think Chair said it last time, we need this full court press. We need more hands. In the past, when we brought in dollars, it was through a course of time, but our time is a 2-year window. So we need to bring in folks on board and soon to hit that 2-year window. As far as what projects these are tied to, that is set by the chair. And it's very clear from the Act 279 strategic plan. That is really the bulk of it.
Yeah,
So,
let me
go
clarify
ahead.
that. With respect to the strategic plan, which lays out 20-something projects, we went through that process, initially identified, amended it again, and kind of laid out the distribution of the 600 million. In that process, we did a lot of vetting. We did a lot of, I think, 3 RFPs. We looked at various other projects. And it came down to, I forget which month, maybe a couple months ago, where we, and the commission, not the chair, the commission approved the revision to the strategic plan. And it's that strategic plan that was approved by the commission, which laid out the distribution of the 600 million, as well as the number of units per project, as well as the shortage, specific shortage, which was nice because when we went to DC, myself and Lehua and Gigi, we presented that to the feds, all the different agencies and departments that were key to supplying us this shortage of funding. So it's not like we're operating in a vacuum. We're unsure of exactly the dollar amount. We are very specific based on actual anticipated expenditures for the number of units per the particular project, as well as an estimation of what the shortage is. So the feds were very impressed that not only did we have projects, which we also have developers in place, which we also have a commitment of Act 279 funds, but also can quantify the shortage. So these application that Gigi and her crew, as well as the funding we need to put it together, are very detailed. And it's not just limited to the 279, there's also the repair and maintenance projects that totals over $200 million, such as repairs of the sewer systems in Papakula and on and on and on, in addition to the, the Act 279. So it's clearly an opportunity, and as Gigi has said, kind of like once in a lifetime opportunity to go after all these federal funds that are just sitting there. And if we don't do it now, and we don't do a full court press, we're going to lose this opportunity to hopefully generate and double the 600 million that we've gotten from the state. So it's, there's specific acts, there's specific funds available, but there's a process we got to go through. The only way we're going to do it and do it in an effective way, and I have to really take my hats off to Gigi as well as Lehua on our Nahaza funds, which has ramped up to 22.3 million a year for the last 3 years. It's all a process, and it all requires, fortunately, the Nahaza project would use some of those funds to bring on more people. Unfortunately, we don't have that staff, we don't have the time. So this is a way where we can do the full court press using people and consultants that specialize in a wonderful track record. As Gigi has mentioned, we're also partnering up with some of the nonprofits that are doing it for free for us. So whatever we can do to move this along in this very key and timely situation, it's going to require some funds. And as Gigi has mentioned, we've already re-implemented the $5 million a year. That's an annual allocation successfully. And that's because of people like Gigi. And so Gigi needs help. And so that's where this 4.2 million comes into play. But it is specific. It is very detailed.
Well, Chair,
Commissioner Tim.
you have the specifics. This commission doesn't.
No, you did. You guys approved it, right?
No, I'm saying about the specifics you just talked about.
The strategic
specific
plan, you guys
projects.
approved it.
So this is tied
Yeah,
to a lot of.
this is tied into that.
So, I mean, that's kind of, what
No.
I'm saying is we don't have the subject matter.
No, you
We're
have,
just
you
generally
approved it.
saying this is the first time someone's mentioned it's going
No,
to
it's
the
not, guys.
strategic plan.
No, we presented.
No, I'm
to
talking
you.
about in this proposal.
Well, the proposal, this is prior action that you guys already done.
No,
We're
I'm talking about-
we're
I'm talking about
building
Gigi's-
off the
I'm talking about
funding.
Gigi's proposal. Doesn't say
Right.
anything about the strategic plan projects.
No, well, that's what it's about. though.
That's all I was asking.
Yeah,
What
that's what it's
projects are we
about.
looking at?
No, and
Can the commission get a copy of that proposal you
of
presented?
course, you have it in your records.
No, I'm
You-
saying the
you
proposal
approved it.
you gave to
No.
the ledge or to the feds.
Yeah, we'll pull it up.
Because
but
I like to know
you-
what
you've
we're
gone
doing.
through it and approved it,
What kind of grants are we doing for each one? That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily a grant, it could be a matching situation.
Or
a
matching,
combo.
or
Yeah.
matching, that's fine.
But it is based on, and again, we'll present it to the commission, but it's something you guys approved.
Yeah, no, I understand we
Right.
approved the plan. But I still think there's some things here that have to be figured out
Sure,
before we
No,
can
and-
push this project forward.
Now's the time to vet it, but it is based on what we took to the DC, which was based on approved budget that you guys approved.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Chair.
Sure.
I think Commissioner Nevis is pointing out specifics, I think. That's
Right.
what he's
Sure.
bringing up, because, in general, it's more generalized, but, for example, grants, how does it work? How will it work? And, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I guess a good example, Kalua Kahai, we're doing 700 units. It was originally broken up into 4 parcels. We've set aside about 140 million for phase 1 involving 450 units. The parcel F involves 250 units. That will entail about 60 million to do the entire 700. We have a gentry that's going to do and is contracted with a developer agreement to do 700. The second phase, so to speak, of 250, which involves the 60 million, that is where, and this is stuff you guys all looked at, where the applications will come into play to do the 60 million because it's broken down by the 250. What is the cost per lot for the infrastructure for 250? That's 60 million. And so it's all part of something we went through. We did the PIG. You guys vetted it. I know there's a situation with Anahola and Molokai. We kind of deferred and put it on the back burner, but we were able to get some federal funds that allows us to resurrect those two, actually three projects. So we moved forward, and we are moving forward on down. Similarly, these, so to speak, second phases of all these existing projects is where this additional 620 million is going to come into play. So it's not something that, we're just thinking out of the air and putting it in just hiring people. It's specific projects for specific dollar amounts. And that's what the feds liked about it, is we're very specific on the projects, the number of units, the anticipated costs. That's what they want to see, as well as us moving forward on these projects with our funds. And so it's an exciting time in a sense that, we come to the table with a lot of specifics. And that was part of the problem with the original Nahaza funds. We didn't have projects. So we lost a lot of, close to 40 million in Nahaza funds because we had no project. This is reverse. We're short. We need more money.
So I'm concerned about the federal level. This is an election year, and we don't know, I'm not sure when the senator and House of Representatives is going to come back and let you know about those proposals, GT, on the Exhibit B. But it's quite concerning about, who will be the next leaders in our country. And once we find out, I'm not sure all of these proposals will be moving forward. So I think it's important that we need to understand that, because it's a divided country, and we might be divided when it comes to federal monies too.
Sure.
So I just wanted to bring that up.
No, these are all valid concerns, guys. That's why, it's a scary time. Should there be a change? I mean, there'll probably be a change in the federal leaders heading up these federal programs and funding. But right now, we got a very favorable situation that we have to take advantage of. Any other questions for G?
I have another question.
Commissioner Nevis?
Is on your recommended motion number 2, it talks about the authority for the chairman to shift funding exceeding 5,000, not to exceed 500,000. And why is that in there?
We've seen that with the other budget submittals. It's basically the way I view our budget is, there's all these line items in the budget. There's travel, there's equipment, there's fee for service. So all this is under fee for service. So if any one of the other line items goes under budget or over budget, it allows, which is a standard, authority to delegate to the chair to be able to move money as long as the bottom line doesn't change. And that's all that is referencing, is if even if this one, if my 4.2, if I come under budget, then whatever that under budget is, chair can move to, say we need it in travel because, 5 of us need to go to DC one year that we did not expect. But it allows that flexibility for any administrator to put the money where it's needed. So wherever we go under or over a budget, it helps them to have that flexibility to move around the money as long as they don't change the bottom line. That's pretty typical that I've seen in agencies.
So I'm a little concerned about that. That's a lot of authority given to the chair to move that kind of money. What I prefer to see is some kind of a variance report every 3 months, and then you can pick out, hey, look, we're going to be over, we're going to be short, and it has to come back to commission for approval. I'll tell you what, I've done budgets for a long time. A lot of these folks on our commission have done budget for a long time.
Yeah.
Somebody walks into a budget meeting and says, oh yeah, and just in case I need to move money and add $500,000 a clip, that tells me that we either under budgeted, or we're really not sure what we're gonna do, or we don't have the proper numbers moving forward. I think the chair's already explained, he did explain that we do have projects, we do have numbers. We need to define that better before we move forward. Because moving $500,000 from another budget line could stress that budget out. So, and arbitrarily move that is gonna be a problem, I think, for the budget overall. And as a commissioner, I don't think I want to give my authority to one person to do that. Not specifically just because it's the chair, but I think it gives up too much authority to the chair to move that funding.
Well, I think this is kind of a standard. I mean, if you look at prior commission actions, that was and let's identify it as it should, it's a ceiling.
Yes, I know it wasn't.
Yeah, so it's the max you can move.
It was in there
Yeah.
last year in the
Right,
regular
yeah.
budget, but at the end of the year, according to administrative rules, that's supposed to come back to the commission to acknowledge. And we haven't seen anything, so do we really need it or we not need it?
I'm not sure, it depends on the situation. I think the reporting part that you're talking about, I have no problems with reporting any type of changes and suggested. I mean, that obviously is something that should be done and will be done. I don't have any problem, and I guess it's the flexibility that's needed, and hopefully you guys have the confidence that I'll be doing it in the appropriate way and effective way to accomplish what we're trying to do here, guys, which is to get additional fundings for the program and nothing else. So,
thank you.
Sure. Okay, anything else? Any other questions?
Just
Commissioner Kaneko.
Just to help with Zach's question, on the funding, this funding request goes in for fiscal year 25. And so that budget will be approved about what timeframe? Which will include this
This
portion?
4.2?
Yes.
Oh, it would start this year, 25, 26.
So usually the budget is approved August, September?
No, it would be approved this week, and then
Okay,
would go into
this
effect
week.
in July.
Okay, all right, okay. Huge difference, huge difference.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. So when I'm looking at the chair's ability to move 500,000, and I get antsy when anybody's going to move within a budget. However, in this case, it's 1.5% of the budget to move, and I would expect the chair to report to us at the next meeting or whatever how we're moving, because I know that if we don't need required funds in a certain line item and we're going to undershoot the budget, we definitely don't want that sitting around somewhere. We want it moved. Right. But that's my remark on those things. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, let's see. The chair will entertain a motion to approve item C2.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, it's moved and second. Any further we got some public testimony. Blossom Fatera?
Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the commission once again. So after reviewing the submittal, and as a former federal grant writer, I have come to the conclusion that I think, what Gigi presented is actually very spot on. Okay. Writing a federal grant takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of expertise. And if you are not ma'a to that process, you won't be successful. Federal grants in general are extremely competitive, particularly now with all of these different types of funding coming available. And I think that for the department to be able to access not just the immediate funds coming out from Biden's infrastructure plan, but for other federal agencies that have a wealth of funding available, the department needs to gear up. very, very clearly. They need to gear up. And right now, that technical expertise does not exist in the department. And so, you know, I remember what my life was like writing federal grants. It wasn't pretty. It was actually very ugly. Okay. And I did it by myself. And that's how I learned that if you don't have that kind of expertise, this is not something that you want to be able to learn while you're on the ground. And Gigi is correct. There is a ton of expertise available in Hawaii that can help the department move grants forward at the federal level and be successful. These guys have great track records. And so I would ask the commission to approve this item so that we can move forward quickly. Time is of the essence. It's not guaranteed that these types of funding will be available in the next fiscal year at Congress, and any attempt that we can make to be able to pull it off. You know, at the end of the day, it's not about the department, it's about the beneficiaries. And so the department needs access to this level of funding to be able to serve the beneficiaries well. Thank you.
Okay, one other testifier, Kapua Kilikoa Kamai. Okay. Any other discussion? If not,
I just like to ask that, that we add the quarterly variance report to this, item. We're moving apart. Thank you.
We'll include that. Commissioner Kelly?
Yeah, so just to clarify for me, so this 500,000, you know, it's like, is this 500,000 of the 4.2 or 500,000 of what we?
4.2, right?
Well, it ties back to the department's budget.
The 4.2.
Yeah, because the 4.2 is only in one line item. So if something else in the department budget goes under or over, it gives the administrator, the chair, that flexibility, you know, to move budget.
That's helpful because I mean, I was listening, you know, Commissioner.
Yeah,
that's
Kanyaku mentioned the percentage, like the contingencies.
Not just
not just 4.2.
And Chair, for clarification, that's out of the operating budget, is that correct?
The operating budget, yeah. Yes.
The operating budget, correct? Moving the funds. Yes, thank you.
Within the operating.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carried. Thank you, Gigi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gigi.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for your work. Keep it up. Okay, the next item on the agenda, C3, System Modernization, Paula Ayla, or?
Aloha, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Paula's not here. Aloha, Aloha Chairman and Commissioners, Debbie Aliviato, sitting in for Paula Ayla, Acting Administrator for CAD. I'm here in regards to C3, approval of the fiscal year 2025 Department of Hawaiian Homelands budget to support the HHL System Modernization Initiative. The recommendation and the motion action is one, that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve $2,700,000 from trust account number T25902-1 to support the Department of Hawaiian Homeland System Modernization Initiative. We have Paula on the line too.
Okay, Paula, you want to add?
Aloha,
anything?
Commissioners.
You gotta turn up your
Aloha,
volume.
Commissioners.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Aloha, Commissioners. Chair Paula Ayla, Acting Administrator for CAD. Just here today to answer any questions after the workshop last Thursday. Before, if I may, forgive me, I just wanted to aloha Commissioner Helm and just let you know how much you will be missed and how much I appreciate all of the work that you've done on behalf of the trust and our beneficiaries. So thank you, Commissioner, and your ohana. Any questions?
Any questions? We did go through the workshop, but if you have any additional questions?
Just, you know,
Commissioner
Paula, thank you
Neves?
for the workshop. It was really very informative, and I'm so glad that you know, there's other state departments that are using the same Salesforce which gives us a little more confidence than the last time we tried to go through this process. I read
Yes.
an article this morning that looks like Highways is having a problem with their computer system too, to start batching stuff, so they're gonna have problems. But I'm glad we're with Salesforce, and I can see where this could actually help with Gigi's proposal as well, and start helping her get some
Yes.
of that stuff computerized as well. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
We appreciate your initiative here. We need to be more responsive to
You're
our
welcome.
beneficiaries. And what you are proposing will streamline information to the people that we serve. It'll help the staff
Yes.
with that horrid filing system that we have now, and they're not responsive because they just can't be. It's just too cumbersome. And so we appreciate what you folks are doing
Yes.
with this in order for us to become more streamlined and absolutely more responsive to our community. So mahalo for your hard work.
Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Helm?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Paula, for your outstanding work throughout the years, and also
Thank
the
you.
workshop we had on Thursday was very informative. But I think we need to move forward to another era and be on top of things with this modernization proposal. So hopefully we can move things faster, expedite things. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Chair, one other comment.
Commissioner Nevis?
Yeah, could, Paula, if it's possible, I know there's a lot of things going on. If we can have an update in the next, say, 90 days on how the project's going.
Absolutely.
I think it's.
Absolutely.
Important. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Any other discussion? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve C3.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioners.
Okay, the next item, H1, EHHL. Oh, you guys want to go? Oh. Okay, which item is it? Jumping out of order, man.
Oh, awards.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, we'll work. Aloha, Chair Watson. And Commissioners, for the record, my name is Kalani Fronda, Acting Land Development Administrator. Presenting today's LDD agenda item E1 is our Acting Housing Project Branch Manager, Michelle Hitzman.
Aloha, Chair, Commissioners.
Hello.
Again, Michelle Hitzman, Acting Housing Project Branch Manager. Item E1, recommended motion is to approve a residential lot lease award in the Discovery Harbor residential area.
Okay, any discussion? Let's have a motion first.
So move.
Second.
Okay, discussion?
Yep.
Commissioner Kalikini?
So how many other vacant lots are there?
So
Discovery Harbor.
Sure. So including this lot award, we currently have 7 selectees, which leaves us with 31 vacant lots to reoffer.
Okay. So what's our plans? I think I remember attending when we offered the lots in Ka'u.
At the time, I believe there was 22 that selected, and of the 22, only 7 remain. Our future plans for Discovery Harbor?
Future plans.
So we're trying to work with a developer to offer turnkey opportunities. It's just a matter of those that are actually interested in leasing a lot at Discovery Harbor. And that's been the difficult part.
Thank you. At least we found one more.
It's not much demand over there. It's kind of sad, but it is what it is. And any further questions? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay. H1.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Sharon Mendoza, Program Budget Analyst, presenting item H1, which is requesting that the Hawaiian Homes Commission first approve the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's operating budget for fiscal year 2025 and authorize the chairman to shift funding of expenditures between cost elements and funds as warranted, but not to exceed the total budget. And any shift in funding between cost elements by the chairman shall not exceed $500,000. And two, approve the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's development budget for fiscal year 2025, which allows for amounts not encumbered in fiscal year 24 to be encumbered in fiscal year 25, and authorize the chairman to shift funding between cost elements which shall not exceed $1 million. Are there any questions based on the workshop that was presented last week?
Yeah, why don't we take a motion, then we're going to open up for discussion. Okay, is there a second? Second. Okay, discussion. No?
Okay, Chair.
Commissioner Nevis?
My initial opposition to transferring the 500,000 obviously was voted away last time, so I'm not going to make a tissy fit over it, but I am about the $1 million out of the development fund. Do you really need that authority?
It's kind of standard. We've been doing it every year before my tenure, so this gives flexibility.
Yeah, if we're going to do this, then can we make sure we keep track of any funding so that at the end of we report back to the chair, to the commission, let them know what we're doing. Thank you. That's all I had. Oh,
I support Dennis's remark.
I support it too. So okay.
No, that's it.
Yeah. Okay. Any other discussion?
Oh, just one thing. I'd like to thank Sharon for taking on this burden. But no, we appreciate you stepping in because this is not an easy one, and we'll be working with you over the year to make sure we try to make it a little more comfortable. Okay, thank you.
I appreciate the commissioners taking it easy on Sharon. Okay, any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
That the commission approved to transfer the receipts deposited in the Hawaiian Home Receipts Fund as of June 30, 2024 to the Hawaiian Home Administration account.
Entertain a motion.
So move.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair, I'm requesting that those, instead of transferring the funds to the Hawaiian Home Administrative account, that we transfer it to the general fund, S323I. And that fund basically is mainly for resident repair, maintenance, acquisition, construction. It includes farm loans, livestock, and equipment purchases. I think this is something that is part of the original act to provide farm loans. We haven't provided a farm loan. We're already doing subsistence ag. We have 46 farm lots and on a whole that we're sort of under an expedited program and never funded properly. So we have maybe 2 people that are in compliance. So I'd like to see the funding moving in there. We start building that up so we can get some active farm loans and assistance so we can do some subsistence ag and utilize our lands as appropriate.
Can I make a correction? I believe S323 is the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund.
Yes.
How much money are we talking that's being transferred?
About $5 million.
About $5 million.
5 million.
Yeah, it's normally every quarter it's about $5 million. So I think if we start And the last time we had this discussion with the prior ASO, said it could move it anywhere.
Okay, why don't we defer this one and then, so we can get a better handle on what you're proposing, Commissioner Nevis.
For decision tomorrow?
Can you put something together to kind of see the impact of what's being proposed? Yeah, we'll defer to it tomorrow.
It's fine.
Okay. Let's see. Okay.
Thank you.
F2.
We should ask Sharon to include what have you been.
Aloha Commissioners, Kahana Albino, Land Management Division. We have two agenda items. Agenda item number F1. We're seeking the approval from the commission for approval to annual renewal of right of entry permits and conversion to revocable permits on the island of Oahu. And again, this is just for Kalailoa, our tenants out in Kalailoa. This doesn't include anybody else outside of Kalailoa on the island of Oahu. So it's just Kalailoa. Okay, so the recommended motion and action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the following actions. A is to renew all Oahu Island Kalailoa right of entry permits as listed on Exhibit A and identified by approximate location on Oahu Island, map Exhibit A1, that are in compliance as of June 10, 2024. Just for Commission's information, Kalei Young is also the land management staff that oversees this area. Item B is to authorize a 3-month holdover period for all Oahu Island outside of Kalailoa right of entry permits that would be presented for renewal at the Hawaiian Homes Commission regular monthly meeting scheduled for September 16th and 17th, 2024. C is to pursuant to Hawaiian Homes Commission approval of LMD agenda item number F1 at its regularly scheduled meeting held on April 21st and 22nd, 2024. All renewed right of entry permits that meet compliance and in accordance with respective agreement shall be converted to revocable permits. Inspection report is referenced under Exhibit B attached here too. Item D, the revocable permit annual period should be on a month-to-month basis for up to 12 months, but no longer than June 30th, 2025. And E, authorize the chairman to negotiate and set forth other terms and conditions that may be deemed to be appropriate and necessary.
You're gonna maybe give a summary of the different parcels?
Yep. So on Exhibit A, we have a total of 27 permittees that have been in compliance. You can see that on Exhibit D, Kalei went down and took pictures, and that report is provided as to who's complied and who's not complied. It appears that everybody is in compliance except for the green color. We're going to terminate, it's our recommendation to terminate closed construction. Kalei, if you have any information on that termination or the reason for that termination.
Yeah, on my original inspection, I went down there and I was looking for the person that I was dealing with on the phone, and the people that were there did not know who those people were. And as I started investigating a little longer, I found out that they were subtenants. We wrote a 30-day letter telling these people that unless you clean this up, that we terminate it. After the 30 days, we went down there. The same subtenants were still there, so we're recommending that we terminate this tenant.
Just for the commission's information also, based on the submittal that we had on April 2024, we will see some bump up in the rent. The rent has increased. I tried again to follow the terms and conditions as was stated in the April commission meeting. So there are going to be some step up in rents that people are going to see, and I'm sure we're going to get calls, but I'm trying to follow the terms and conditions that the commission had approved.
Chair.
Commissioner Nevis?
Yes, I noticed TMK 19-1-013 048P. There are several items there that there wasn't an increase. Is that based on some logic?
Is that under Exhibit B?
Yeah, no, it's under A. It's number 615. 615, 630, 637, and 639 and 731. Looks they're all part of the same TMK. So based on their appraisal, I assume that there was no rent increase.
Correct, correct.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Just wanted to make sure it's across the board.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
gonna be.
right.
Yeah.
Because they're all gonna look at him and say, oh, you gotta do.
And again, there is some that exceeds what we're charging.
Yeah.
But we wanted to keep it, maintain the
Okay.
same rent.
Very good, thank you, Chair.
Okay, any other, Commissioner Kilakini?
So why did we not increase these rates, these rentals?
The rates were increased, so they're gonna see the big rate increase, but some of them were already either paying at the current rate or higher. So we didn't increase. Yeah.
It was based on the appraisal,
right. So all
Actually,
those
not
are up.
appraisal, it's fair market assess, the tax assessed value.
Right.
Correct.
So I have one more question, at least. This stable, the use for stable?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate? Is somebody got like livestock there or?
You are correct. They have steer, goats, a bunch of livestock, and they've been doing that for well over 15 years.
Okay. So the fair market value is much lower than industrial use, right?
It is.
That's why. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other question?
No.
Question?
Oh, question. Commissioner Namu?
Yes, Kahana, you have a category that says denotes beneficiary. Are these beneficiaries?
I do have that denoted as beneficiaries, but I did not go down this list as to figure out who's a beneficiary or not because it wasn't a requirement back then.
Oh, okay, so in the future, you'll be denoting
Correct.
which one of these are beneficiaries for that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, one last,
Commissioner
sorry.
Kilakini?
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
So gentlemen, so Oahu renewals, only Kalailoa.
Correct.
I do see that we're planning to do the rest of the island in September.
Correct.
Is that?
The reason for that is because we have this is the most permits that we have. I mean, out of all the statewide, Oahu Island is the biggest. We have about 45, maybe 46 of them. So
it's
we
about
wanted
half
to
of them here.
Yes, correct. And then there's other places on Oahu Island that we're gonna bring up outside of Kalailua.
Okay, thanks, Kahana. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, we do have a lot of activity in the industrial and commercial area. That's why on the budget that you guys approved also includes additional funds for LMD to get better management of these lands.
Yes.
And then I appreciate staff in moving forward and kind of upping some of the rent receiving that we can use for our programs. Okay, any other questions? If not, all those in favor say aye.
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 Oh, excuse me. Well, hang on, let's hold off
somebody?
on the approval. We have Patty Teruya.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. I did want to cover, so on your submittal, it says renew all Oahu Island Kalailua right of entry. And I understand you just said that there's going to be another time and date that we're going to renew some of our ROEs in Oahu, correct? And I thank you for Kale. I got through printing all the photos of your walkthrough of Kalailua. I did have some concerns, especially when we go into Kalailua. And so one of the concerns of Kalailua is that with the ROEs, and I understand for clarification, is right of entry permits, that applicants should not live on the ROE permits, correct? Okay. and that will come up further in the month. But when I look at your submittal, I question on submittal 616. This is Pierce Construction. So my question to that on 616, I know the commission had evict this tenant on this property, and I just wanted to clarify, are they on eviction or are they still on the property?
They have been terminated. I think maybe about 2 weeks ago, we're supposed to do our final inspection.
Okay.
But one of the reasons why I was asking to, because the guy was in the hospital, he has since passed away, right? So he's passed. At the time, I didn't want to go push and get them out because they had some funeral things they had to work out. So I think we set a time for this Wednesday at 9:30 to do a final walkthrough with the son.
So then my question is that the commission should not approve the 616 today if this is on.
It's not.
Okay, so I see them on, how come we have two different
You have a
sheets?
different sheet.
Oh, yeah, I printed this out on my submittal.
'Cause I don't
This
see a
was on the agenda,
Yeah, that's
on my
fine.
packet.
Yeah, you got the wrong pen.
Okay. Okay, so then there's, so my question, since we're on peers, I understand John passed away a week ago, and his family, yeah. So from Pierce Trucking to Pahanui is still on property? See, we evicted, on 2023 of June, we evicted 3 ROEs, but I understand that they're still on property.
Panui is off the property. Yeah. His partner
Subleasing.
put some other stuff there, so he's being charged for that.
Okay. So when we talk about subleasing, it's under Panui, but you have somebody else in there subleasing that property. So that's another concern that I wanted to alert the.
He's not subleasing.
Okay.
He's the 2 are business partners. And
So is Panui still there or not?
no, he's not there.
Okay,
He's
so.
been gone for quite some time now.
Okay, so is that new partner listed on your new ROE?
No, Jeremiah Trucking is right next door. Yeah. And again.
631. Okay.
631.
Oh, so he's Jeremiah then?
Right.
Okay. And then just in closing, I just wanted to also bring up, in your right of entry, you don't have extreme paintball. We're still discussing extreme paintball. We drove there recently and there's big signs of advertising on Roosevelt Avenue of their business. I'm wondering why we don't have extreme paintball, and that's something that Oahu should ask.
He's with the attorneys. And we have, I think the chairman's assistant is handling that with the attorneys.
Okay, so should they not be on this list, Mr. Chairman, or updates provided to this body of extreme paintball?
Yeah,
And
he's not on the list for
okay,
renewal.
and so you're still doing business every weekend, and are they paying the department the rent that is due? That's my concern. Are we getting the trust money that is due for rental? Because I understand from 2018, these guys were not on the annual reports, not on any ROEs that came to the commission body. So I'm concerned if this company is still doing business, advertising their business, full house on the weekends, if they're paying our department trust the rental. So that's another consideration that I wanted the department and the commissions to look at. You can't do business on trust land and not pay rent. Everybody should be paying rent and their responsibility of their portion of rent.
The account is with the Attorney General's office.
Okay. So I'm glad I brought it up, because then you should highlight the commission about these ROEs that are being looked at. So I don't come here every month and bring it up and kill it to dead. I'm just concerned. And so now we understand that they're in, my whole thing is, are they paying the rent? What are we going to do about that land there? They're conducting business, they're advertising business on Department of Hawaiian Homelands. Weekends you go by, it's full house. So that's really something that you should consider discussing if we're getting our fair share of rent. And that's my concern. And then the other concern I know you bring up in a couple of months in the other ROEs is right entries should not have tenants living on it. And I again bring up some of these, I'm not going to name it now, but some of these right entries, you have tenants that live on the right entry since 2005 till present. And so that's not a consistent policy that we want to be able to present. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Patty, do you have names of people with?
Yes.
Yeah, please provide it to us.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you,
And
Commissioner.
Patty, we appreciate your coming back in because we went to look at that paintball group.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's in process.
Yeah, and I think we,
It's
you know, as
painful.
commissioners, we want to protect our department and trust and
we
be
all do.
consistent.
Yes.
You know, we want to do that. Like you said, we all working together, you know, and we want to make sure that we are in compliance, they are in compliance, but to be consistent because it's going to catch up on us. If other people are getting evicted because they're not paying rent, Commissioner, and we go ahead and let somebody stay on that pays, that not paying, it's going to haunt us, not me, you. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you.
Okay. Can we have a motion for F1, please? Is there, yeah, is there a second? Second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carried.
Mahalo, Commissioners. Okay. Agenda item number F2.
Wait, we're going to,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. Exact. Okay.
Yeah, the commission will convene in an executive session pursuant to section 92-5A4 HRS to consult with its attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. Is there a motion? All those in favor say, oh, okay. One public testimony, Blossom Satara.
Yeah, you know me, I love giving testimony, right? Actually, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. So, the end of last month, the beneficiaries leaders, at least on Maui, received a letter from the department informing them that San Rafael Communications was going to cut service off as of June 1st, and to let the rest of the beneficiary communities know that they can call either Hawaiian Telecom or Spectrum for service. Unfortunately, what has happened is that about 100 beneficiaries in the Waihuli, Keokea area is now without service, as well as Kahiki Nui, because Hawaiian Telecom and Spectrum do not service that far out, right? So the issue and challenge now is you've got a significant amount of beneficiaries without any way to get in touch with emergency services, you know, make calls to family members, take care of work-related issues, and they're stuck. They have no way unless they're going to invest in a very expensive Starlink system for themselves. And so I bring this forward to you because I know you're going to go into exec session to talk about telecommunications on Hawaiian homestead lands. There needs to be a more proactive approach with existing service providers to be able to provide services to all the homesteads, okay? And this is not unique to Maui. I've gotten calls from Hawaii Island, Kauai, all of our outerlying rural areas now don't have service. So we have a plan, right? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. We're going to take a break and have lunch, then go into executive. Right? The commission is reconvening from its executive session. The commission discussed its powers, duties, and liabilities related to the royal contracting versus EHHL case. The commission deferred executive session items 1 and 2 to tomorrow. Okay, next agenda item, F2, general lease to Waianae Valley Community, Homestead Community. Hannah?
Hello, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This item, F2, Land Manager is seeking the approval from the Commission to issuance of a general lease to Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association Incorporated, a nonprofit, a Hawaii nonprofit corporation out in Waianae, Island of Oahu. TMK is listed in the submittal. Let me just read the recommended motion and action. LMD is seeking that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to issue an initial 30-year general lease to Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association Incorporated, a Hawaii nonprofit corporation encompassing approximately 2.67 acres of Hawaiian homelands located in Waianae on the island of Oahu, further identified by TMK number 186001022. The land is proposed to be used to develop and establish a community-based economic development center, which will initially undertake the following projects. 1, a community-owned solar project to lower electricity costs for homesteaders. And 2, a crematorium service organization that will offer the homestead community an alternative to their end-of-life arrangements. This approval follows a presentation by the Land Management Division to the Hawaiian Homes Commission during its regular monthly meeting held on December 19 and 20th of 2022, as more particularly described under agenda item number F3, which was the issuance of a right of entry permit for due diligence purposes. This approval is intended to provide Waianae Valley Hawaiian Homestead Community Association and its financiers with sufficient comfort to expend resources and pursue financial commitments for the Waianae Sustainability Co-op's 249 kW sub-project on Farrington Highway, due to a June 27th deadline to apply for low-income bonus adder from the IRS. This additional 20% tax credit, on top of the regular 30% credit, will allow for the project to lower the cost of electricity for the Waianae community even further. This would allow WSC to further fulfill its mission, which is to produce locally owned affordable energy for the benefit of the community, and will be further subject to the following basic terms and conditions as follows. The term, number 1, initial should be 30. You can strike 20, should be 30, with opportunities for term extensions that not to exceed an aggregate maximum of 65 years. The land area, which was described earlier, approximately 2.67 acres of the subject parcel. And again, the purpose for the site will be used for WVCAI's proposed community-based economic development center, which will initially undertake the following projects as highlighted before. Base rent to be determined at a later date and on the final development plan of its proposed development center. And number 5, prior to any ground disturbance and or construction, WVHCAI must ensure its full compliance with HRS Chapter 343 Environmental Assessment and HRS Chapter 60 Historic Preservation Requirements. We have some members from the association here to share or answer any question the commission may have at this time. Would you like to say something?
John Makepa with the Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association. Mahalo to the Commission and Chair for hearing us today. We are here again for what Kahana had mentioned, trying to convert our right of entry to a general lease. Here is Ikaika Hasi with us and Auntie Lori Buchanan. They represent the 2 anchor partners, who is Waianae Sustainability Cooperative and the West Oahu Funeral Services. And Auntie Kapua just walked in, so she is also a representative for the Waianae Sustainability Co-op.
O wau ka puaki I kua ka mai no ka aina ho o pula pula ka awawa wainai mai au. Mahalo for hearing our submittal today. We're very anxious, very hopeful for your approval and support, not only in this initial phase, but in the subsequent phases that our Homestead Association is still planning. Mahalo.
And also, I'd just like to mention that we would like to also include our neighboring homesteads to have a part in the planning as well.
You don't want to talk about your matches?
Aloha, Ikaika Hasi with Shake Energy Collaborative. We're helping Waianae Sustainability Cooperative with thinking through the process of developing their plans for a community-owned solar program, solar project that would benefit roughly 80 to 90 homestead residents within the Ahupua'a. And also Auntie Lori is here.
Aloha, Auntie Laurie Buchanan from the island of Molokai, proposing the West Oahu Funeral Services. Here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions, Commissioner?
So, Kahana, we're saying that, anyway, thanks, and thank you all for coming. When are we anticipating the final development plan to be completed?
Turn to these guys as far as development plan.
So we are working with Auntie Lori, who has reached out to Group 70, and we are hoping to have the general lease so that we can move forward at least by the deadline of ending of this month. And then so from then on, if we do get the general lease, then the Waianae Sustainability Co-op can move forward with their part of the project.
Okay, so you folks need the general lease, and then the next step is to work on the plan.
Yes.
I was just curious, when do we think the plan would be completed?
You're talking about the plan for the Waianae Sustainability Co-op to start the solar project?
I was just thinking of everything, the whole plan.
As soon as possible.
Okay.
With that being said, too, I know that generally Steve asked for, they want to meet the June 27th deadline, if I'm not mistaken. There's a deadline that they have to meet with regards to HECO's requirements.
Is this a RFP with HECO, or is this a community-based? Okay, go ahead.
I should specify and also I should mention, Kavika McCaig is online if you guys have any questions for Group 70. They're really honchoing the overall master planning process. For the solar piece, which is a pretty small part of the entire vision, I think, that the community has. What's really driving our schedule, unfortunately, is the IRS. The IRS has a very, a limited window of time in which to apply for specific low-income bonus adders that basically make the project perform better economically for the community. It allows the project to generate substantially cheaper electricity.
Right.
And that's what we're aiming at is, it's really to fulfill WSC's mission of providing affordable, kind of locally produced green energy that supports the community.
Mahalo, and if I may add to this, so what brings us to the table today is the urgency of the Waianae Sustainability Cooperative to fulfill our obligations. One, we have secured the contracting services of Shake Energy Collaborative, of which Ikaika is representing right now, but Ali Andrews is the co-founder of that and has always been our lead until Ikaika's arrival to the team, which we're very grateful for. And it is the timeline that we are hitting upon that brings our wonderful association to make this request, which is probably out of the normal, because of the normal, you folks would like the full master plan. But back in December of 2022, we were only approved to look at the parcel for the co-op purposes
and for the crematory purposes. So those parts have been fulfilled. And because we have this pressing deadline for which is going to impact our beneficiaries on their affordability of what we want to provide for them. And this would just be a beginning package. So we're very grateful that the association, which is not quite ready with their package because they haven't quite completed their dreaming and then the reality of those dreams. So we're very grateful for their stepping forward and then for your folks' consideration at this time. And we do recognize that it is outside of the normal, but this would make it much more affordable and accessible for the 70 to 80 beneficiaries that we can accommodate with our 249 kilowatts of energy.
So first and foremost, I support what you folks are doing, 100%. Kahana, so like annually we do review like our ROEs, and
Correct.
RPs, and general leases. We don't do annual reviews.
No, we don't.
Can for this particular one, can we have an
We can
update?
Sure.
See how progress is going?
Sure. Sure.
Make sure we're on track, or if the commission can help out in any other way.
If you want, we can add another item to the conditions I had listed, maybe an update every.
Until the master plan's done, at least.
Biannually?
Biannual is good. Biannual sounds good.
Yep. Thank you. Great work.
Sure.
Commissioner Helm?
Yeah, Ahana, so, and Kapua. So with this general lease, in order to move forward, you need this general lease, is that correct?
Correct.
And due to the fact that you have some deadlines that you have to meet, which is June 27th, is that right? So is this to the IRS that you're talking about?
Well, for that particular savings, yes. But once we do get the site control, it's going to start our 18-month clock with Hawaiian Electric. So that's another timeline that we have to meet. So, and that has always been dependent upon site control. And so we recognize, and we're fortunate that there are other utilities and entities and government agencies that recognize how Department of Hawaiian Homelands works. And so they understand that a letter acknowledging our approval to proceed without the full package is an intent for you folks to allow us to continue on to where we can continue to meet the requirements and be in compliance of all of those requirements, which is, we can only get there once we start to break ground and do the work that needs to be done. Ali and Ikaika have been quite successful in obtaining funding for us, which makes it way much more affordable. I mean, us homesteads without people like them would not even have given this a thought. And we're very grateful for Oahu that I'm aware of, that we are in such a position to not only give it thought, but to put action behind it.
Yeah, this is a unique situation, and most likely, under the circumstances, I would support something like this.
We also did come before the commission back in December of 2023. We did ask at that time for a conditional site control because the co-op was looking at meeting a purchase agreement from HECO. And at the time, the commissioner said, we can give you site control if you folks have your finances in place and all, and so on and so forth. So we're coming now because of the tax credit deadline.
This June 27th deadline, that's for the energy initiative, your project. It's not related to the crematorium.
That's right.
And so that's 10 days from now. Is that going to be enough time to put together an application?
Yes.
Okay. Have you guys done your due diligence on, I'm assuming the PV panels that you're talking about, you're going to put them on the existing buildings?
That's right.
And have you done an assessment as to whether the buildings can, kind of carry that kind of load?
Yes, our contractor has brought in structural engineer, and they've identified that the middle building would not be able to handle the, you know, the construction on top of, but the other two buildings can.
Then, let's assume you get and you receive these additional credits, bonus credits, I guess. It's actually bonus on top of what is already available. Would that, with these additional credits, make your project more attractive to investors? Or is it really a federal program where you just show low-income beneficiary benefits to the maybe native wines, whatever, and then you get these kind of free money to move forward on it? Or how does that work?
Actually, let me ask that to Kapu. You want to answer that?
Okay, so we're fortunate to be participating in HECO's variety of projects. This one here is a small project to which there is no competition, to which we are a C12, which is a not-for-profit entity. So we are not needing investor type entities. We just need investment. HGIA, with the GEMS money, is a big contributor to our finances. We've also secured other loans from other energy entities that are supporting us. And again, you know, this is the first project that we have initiated and pursued so far. There has been and there will be future projects that we want to consider where it does require investment because it would be a larger project. But ideally, if we start within our capacity, we can show success and proceed and grow to do better and bigger projects. And that's the idea that we want to pursue here. So this is almost a $2 million project, of which we're looking at securing $1 million in tax rebates, refunds, tax credits. So that's how we're making it more affordable to our beneficiaries. So just off the side, I already a CBRE subscriber to Altus out here in Kailua, or excuse me, Kapolei, and that resulted in either a $6 or $10 savings, you know, and that is something, but that's from a for-profit entity. And so here we are a not-for-profit entity, and without that savings, we're already committing to 10%. But with this type of increased savings in getting the project built, we're looking at giving more. But to me, that $10 or $6, I'm grateful for, because that's going to save me money over the long term. And that's what we want to do. We want to help those that need it the most, whether you put it on your roof or you get it from some other solar project. And for our beneficiaries, we're glad to offer that in the Waianae Moku and larger projects with the department throughout the island.
Now, the beneficiaries, are they limited to homesteaders, native wines? They would get the discount on the utility bills, or is it just open to the public?
So initially, this is a pilot project for our homestead. So the 70 to 80 families that are going to be vetted through the Waianae Sustainability Co-op will be from our homestead. So it is a beneficiary, yeah, benefiting
Specifically,
beneficiaries.
the conversation started in Waianae Valley Homestead. It's always been centered around Waianae Valley Homestead for this small project. But when I learned that we could actually go island-wide, because I thought it was something that you had to do within your, you know, you're kind of limited. But once you connect to the HECO grid, you can go island-wide. And to me, it's like, we could even help waitlisters. You know, to me, I consider myself served. I still have needs and desires. But as far as a home, what Prince Kuhio has, you know, idealized for us, we've obtained that. We're grateful for it. Now we want to also give back to our neighbors and to those that are still waiting. And if we could do this and serve other beneficiaries that are on the wait list because we've already exhausted our homesteads, that's the ideal. I mean, even to go in our moku do waitlisters, but it wouldn't be on this small project because it is so small. But don't be surprised when we come back for more.
Okay, so right now the idea is to put the panels on the existing buildings. You're looking at building carports with panels on it too? That's right. So, do you guys have a kind of a master plan on that also expansion?
We do.
Okay, I didn't see it there. I saw a draft.
I apologize for that not being in there, but we did obtain a design that does have the power connections and those technicalities. And I imagine that Ikaika and Ali will be showing that, or sharing that
Does
shortly.
Kavika Group 70 have that layout?
G70?
Yeah, G70.
I think G70 is
He's
more
on there.
homestead, but maybe we'll see.
Yeah. And
Actually, Ivan, I know one canonical source where we could pull from. It's the original community informational session that we did 2 years or so ago. In that presentation, there is an illustration of where the panels will go.
Thank you.
yeah, I'm looking at that. I'm sure.
Commissioners, if you look at the handout that was given to you, it is a copy of the PowerPoint presentation from the November 2022 beneficiary consultation. And if you look at page 13, that shows a map of where the proposed solar panels will be located.
What page is that? What section?
Page 13 on the handout.
The handout?
The November handout.
The second one.
So-
November handout, the second one.
So I think that this illustration includes, this is prior to the structural engineer going to the site. And so subsequent to this, we've deleted the panels from the middle building and added a carport to the side. Sure.
Yeah, show it to us, so everybody can see.
So on the picture, they show 3 buildings, 3 longer buildings, and then there's a holly towards the bottom. The panels will be going on the 2 outside buildings, and then the carport is gonna be located on both sides of the holly.
Like these right here.
So the middle building will not have any
No
panels
panels.
because that didn't pass inspection. So the 2 outside buildings, correct. And then where the holly is towards the bottom of the picture, the carports will be on both sides.
Both sides.
Yeah.
So the building in the middle, is that just something that you guys are thinking of building, or it's already there? Because I don't remember seeing a building in the middle.
No, that building is there.
It is
It is there now, yes. But the structural engineer looked at it and they, in their analysis, it wasn't structurally sound to put solar panels on top of it.
Okay. Then where would the crematorium be?
The crematorium will be the building on the top. The
This
long.
one up here?
Yes, that is the Mauka building.
That would be the only building with the crematorium?
Yes.
And so, and the viability of this particular project, just talking about the PV project, it sounds like there's a lot of funding that's available, as well as, I mean, it's a small project, so you're saying maybe 2 million.
In time, once we've paid off the loans, like for HGIA and any other areas that we will have a debt, we anticipate this to be it was community designed, conceived, operated, and eventually owned. So the subscribers will become the owners.
There was a community consultation. Andrew, can you come back up? See, my big thing was getting the community input and surveys, so there was this community consultation in November. So Andrew, can you maybe explain the results of that, which included vetting this project?
Commissioners, in November of 2022, the department had a beneficiary consultation on this project and also 2 other proposed projects in the Waianae Ahupua'a. A month later, the staff submitted a beneficiary consultation report. That report was accepted by the commission in December of 2022. For the most part, folks on the call, and it's reflected in the beneficiary consultation report, were supportive of this particular project and this particular proposal by Waianae Valley Homestead Association.
And then who was included in that survey? All the surrounding community?
As documented in the beneficiary consultation report before you, all beneficiaries that had a zip code in the Waianae Moku were notified about the meeting and were given an opportunity to participate in that meeting.
And then what was the amount of participation?
There was between about 50 to 60 participants in that meeting.
And they were supportive?
Generally speaking, yes.
Any other questions?
Just a comment. Yeah, I appreciate all of your due diligence in putting this together. Sounds like Hawaiians helping Hawaiians. We need to do more of that. It's quite a journey, and I know you need this to move forward, so I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay. Question?
Just a remark. I love that we're working toward giving preference, especially to our homestead associations. So thank you very much for your diligence searching this out. I'm glad that you're getting your homework together because that's critical to make sure that the project succeeds. But thank you for that. We look toward you folks leading the rest of our associations to show that we have the ability to govern well. And so mahalo nui for that. Appreciate it. I am in support.
Before we open up to public testimony, is there anything else you guys would like to say? No? Thank you. Okay, we have several people signed up to testify. Patty Teruya? No? Okay, how about Blossom Fatera? Yeah, can do. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Blossom Fitzgerald, I'm a beneficiary advocate for my fellow beneficiaries. I am here to thank you for allowing me to submit testimony in support of Waianae Valley's efforts in establishing an economic venue for the community. It's been a long haul, but I think that they've progressed very well and very carefully. You know, it has always been a vision of our beneficiary communities across the state to have access to places where they can develop their own economic solution to the issues and challenges that their community faces. Waianae is one of those that have been working very diligently to come up with a concrete plan that has been vetted by their community. It's at the point now where they can now confidently move forward with the support that they're getting. And so I would ask this commission to vote in favor of issuing the general lease to Waianae Valley. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next testifier, Homelani Shadell.
Michael Cole, commissioners, and mahalo for allowing me this opportunity. I'm Homelani Shadell, and I'm here as an individual. And I too would like to offer my support to Waianae Valley Homestead Association. I remember that they were one of the associations here on Oahu who attended the Kule'i Kanu'u training over a period of 8 weeks, I believe. And so this brings me, I was here in the room back in November and December, and I'm so grateful that they are able to get to this point. As we all know, that the part of the Kuli Ikana'u program was to enable homestead associations and homestead beneficiary organizations to move forward and not have to depend on the department to provide that economic development that individual homestead associations want to provide for their beneficiaries and lessees. And so I too would like to offer my support and ask that you support this recommendation by the LMD. And so I'm just so grateful that this is proof that the work that's been put before and set for us to come to the table and determine whether or not we want to take on this kuleana, because it's not easy. You're looking at individuals here who have no experience in any of this, but we are willing to step forward in service to those who live in our homesteads, that we want to provide opportunities for our lessees and their families. And this is one of those ways. And I'm excited that our families in the future don't have to go all the way into town when one of their family members hala, that they can do it right here on the west side and have that service provided for our families. That's very important to me because so many of our families cannot afford burial, that having the opportunity to cremate and put our ashes where we love the most, which is out in the ocean. So mahalo.
Lokana Kilikoa. Right.
Aloha, can you hear me, commissioners?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm at work, so I'm going to try to keep this short and sweet. First of all, Chair, thank you for the opportunity, and commissioners for all of what you folks do for us here. And that's to put us on board. Commissioner Helm, you would be sorely missed as Commissioner Awo, but we leave everything in good hands with the commissioners that we have. And I just want to ask for your continued support in allowing Waianae Valley to move forward. As Homelani has mentioned, we're all new to this, but our hearts are in it for the right reason, and that is for our beneficiaries. This is something that we can take ownership of, be proud that our people of Waianae, especially our beneficiaries, can say this is ours. We can put our hands to the plow. We can thank Keakua for our prince who allowed all of this to take place. But of course, it's with your approval. As a beneficiary, I look for the generations of my ohana to be able to be a part of this in whatever way it may be, economic development. There's so much to be had here. And I know there are challenges along the way. But as it's been mentioned today, and I hear it in your voices, commissioners, Hawaiians helping Hawaiians, our beneficiaries are the one that will reap what we sow. But not only for us alone, but for the larger community. And so let us be that example, allow us to help us, guide us, teach us. That's what I believe Hawaiian Homes is there for, the technical skills that you have to offer. We thank G70, we thank everybody for allowing us, for helping us on this journey. Please approve this general lease so that we can move forward. We cannot lose our partners, for without them, we have no project. Mahalo ke akua. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you. Next testifier, Kamaki Kanahele.
That was a long walk.
You made it, you made it. Okay.
You know, Hunter, when you're getting to be 80 years old like this, every little walk counts, you count your blessings for. Anyway, aloha makia. Kamaki kane hele ko ui no kapeliki kena o ka ina o pula pula o nanakuli. Did I shock somebody? Kali, is that how you treat your guests? You just zap them if you don't like them? Gone. Anyway, I am here to reconfirm my position with regard to the crematorium that has been requested to be built at the bottom. Oh, by the way, I'm also the director of the Waianae Healing Center at the Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center. I'm a practicing Protestant minister and a practicing traditional healer, and mahalo nui, and also just got reelected again to be president of the Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead Association. I turned them down and they refused to accept my resignation. So I thought, well, here we go again. But I've been president for 42 years, Ohana. And so I got tired and getting burned out, but I'm glad to be here. For me, the crematorium is not a place to be ever built anywhere near the Comprehensive Health Center for the sake of cultural traditions. If you mess with the uhane or the spirits, they come back and bite you back. So a crematorium, which is for death, cannot be built anywhere near the Comprehensive Health Center for healing, which is for life. It is pure standard culture. One of the other things that I wanted to speak to you on is that, back of me is also the president of Waianae Kai Homestead Association, Keko Hulen. And one of the things that I also wanted to speak to you on is that I support the solar paneling that is coming to the center. I think it's an important agenda. It's always been the future for everyone. And it is something that I would really, really appreciate if the commission would support. I've not come before the commission, Kali, for many, 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 many years. So I'm really happy to be here. And hopefully I'll be able to meet each one of you without a cell phone one of these days and get better acquainted. It is important for me to get associated with all of you because now that I'm the re-elected president of Nanakuli Homestead, you need to be ma'a to me and I need to be ma'a to all of you. So, mahalo nui loa, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very, very much. And I think, Kali, Kalamaya. I have chanted and memorized her family genealogy for almost 3 months, and I know it by heart. And I speak great respectfully of Patty Taruya. I have also served as the trustee of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs and as administrator of OHA. And gang, I'd appreciate it if you'd put her into office, she'd be fabulous. I love you, Patty.
Next witness, Dwayne Hulen.
Thank you, Commissioner and Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I have looked at the project that we're in discussion of, and I am not opposed to the solar part, but I am opposed to the crematorium. First off, one of the oppositions is this is proposed by Waianae Valley. This is my moku. I am president of the Waianae Kai Homestead Association. So as far as having somebody come in my backyard to propose something that I was never included or even told about, I do not appreciate that. I believe that having a crematorium in a residential area is not conducive to the area itself. I have over 40 years of experience of dealing with processing, manufacturing, and to have a crematorium which can produce toxic gases, even though you say the process is safe, it's like you still need to monitor, still need to do that. If there's anything that happens as far as the environment and kind of exposure to any of the toxic gases, what do you do if something happens? You say, I'm sorry. Oh, excuse me, that won't happen again. So as far as the process itself and having the crematorium area, I do not agree that it has a place in a residential area, especially next to the health center. I think that's kind of common sense. So I oppose it with that purpose in mind. So if you take that into consideration, I would appreciate that. But as far as the association, my association, we do not support a crematorium at this time. Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Mezana Aldiger, and I'm a resident of Waianae. And thank you all for being here. Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to miss you, Mr. Helm. But I'm in support of the crematory. You know, being a resident from Waianae, there's death all over. And the crematory is right next to our sewer plant that I'm what, 56 years old? And we've been inhaling toxic chemicals all my life. It'll be located right next to our sewer plant. And right across the street of the sewer plant is just a whole mess full of residents, homeless residents that are dying every day. I see this as a benefit for me as a waitlister that it's expensive to bury your ohana. The Waianae Comp, that's where they pronounce the bodies. A lot of my ohana was pronounced uahala already up the comp, and they have to wait, and it's a whole lot of, it's convenient for us to have something here that will be beneficial for us Hawaiians. On our property, we do have a burial, our family burial, but it would be affordable to have them cremated and bring them home or scattered or right across the beach. With that, thank you for letting me testify in support of. Thank you.
Are there any more people that want to testify? Okay. Okay, well, let's make the motion. The chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
For the record, I'll vote no. Motion passed. Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda, C4, legislative proposals for 2025. Ori?
She's waving at me. I didn't recognize her.
Okay, so you need a letter for your app. Okay, draft up a letter for me.
Yeah?
Whoever has to go on.
Wow.
Okay.
Just the two of you are on a big.
Aloha na komikina, aloha mai kako, wau o Oriana Leao, Nahaza Government Relations Program Specialist, here to present item C4 for information only, legislative proposals for 2025. Next slide, please. In preparation for next legislative session, the focus now is on outreach, both internally and externally. As the body charged with setting the policy for DHHL, it is most appropriate to begin outreach with each one of you. If there are issues that you believe require legislative action, this input is requested now and will be collected until July 31st, 2024. Anyone interested in submitting recommended legislative action can fill out the form included with this submittal. In addition to the Commission and DHHL staff, an email will be sent to homestead associations, beneficiary organizations, testifiers on DHHL-related measures, and other stakeholders/organizations. In order to be considered, proposals must be good public policy, address the department's operations, programs, regulations, processes, budget, and/or resources, and create a benefit or an advantage for the department, the trust, or trust beneficiaries, or otherwise correct a deficiency. Next slide. Yes, thank you. Authors of proposals should keep in mind that amendments to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act require review by the U.S. Department of the Interior and may require the consent of the U.S. Congress prior to implementation. Next slide, please. Staff will review and evaluate all legislative proposals and will determine which will be submitted for consideration and approval by the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Legislative proposals approved by the Hawaiian Homes Commission will move forward for consideration for the governor's administrative package. The governor may choose not to include certain or all legislative proposals submitted by the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Legislative proposals that are approved by the Hawaiian Homes Commission but not included in the governor's administrative package may be introduced independent of the administrative package. Other requests, such as grant and aid applications, must still be submitted as provided for by the legislature. There is no recommended motion or action because this item is for information only, but I am available for questions and verbal requests for legislative proposals. Mahalo.
Oriana, I don't think people realize how hard you work behind the scenes, just trying to move things forward so that we can operate properly, outside your swim lane every once in a while, but thank you very much for your work. Mahalo.
Oh, sorry, I have 2 more slides. So again, going over the timeline that was shared at last commission meeting, the deadline is July 31st, 2024. By August, I have the kuleana of submitting draft legislative proposals. Again, these are drafts, so you can edit, omit, remove, add a proposal. And then by September, I'll be back again to gain your approval. Next slide, please. For beneficiaries tuning in who would like to get involved, you just have to go to our website, dhhl.hawaii.gov/government-relations, and there'll be a form that you can fill out. It's pretty simple, and then just click submit. We also recommend that if you have a draft bill, that you also send that with your legislative proposal. Now, after you send your leg proposal, what I also recommend to beneficiaries who I've already been doing outreach with is to contact their commissioner and inform them, I've submitted a leg proposal. It should be with ORI. I highly recommend you include it in the commission approved package. Yep, and that's all.
Ori, on our legislative initiative, I know we had talked about expanding it to the federal as well as the counties and whatever other entities. What's the plan on that? I know this is just for state legislative stuff. Maybe next time around we can go address the other areas, because we would want to get some input from outside as to what, especially as it relates to maybe federal legislation, especially in any city and county ordinances that we might want to throw out there. So I guess the outreach should be probably expanded to these other areas. Huh? What do you think?
Yes, I understand. We currently don't have a separate method for solicitation for federal and county legislative proposals. However, beneficiaries could still fill out the form and then staff can review it for consideration to go through the proper protocol and methods to gain approval through federal or county approval.
Yeah, okay, we can do that. So maybe expand the request to include that, other legislation. Any comments or
I just have a question.
Commissioner Neves?
In our Mokopuni meeting, you mentioned the Senate bill that was approved about separating the vertical from the ground. Can you sort of explain that? What I sort of, you explained a little bit of Mokopuni, and then I didn't have a chance to ask some questions, but could you explain how that works?
Sure. The bill that you are referencing is SB 3236 relating to the Land Trust Act, and it essentially separates the land from the vertical construction. The land stays within the Hawaiian Homelands Trust as it always has and always will be. The vertical construction is separated into CPRs. That is what is placed into a trust. Now, the purpose of this bill was to allow the department to give a lease to a beneficiary and allow them to designate a successor prior to the completion of the 15-year compliance period that is required when building a development with LIHTC funds. Because currently, in our with option to purchase agreements, if the lessee, who is 50%, passes away before the 15-year compliance, they do not have the ability to designate a successor. And this bill allows us to do that.
Okay. So when you say the vertical is converted to like a CPR that's put it in a trust, what do you mean by that? Those specific units are now in a separate trust account?
Correct.
And also you mentioned at the Mokopuni meeting that's in there, and also it's used for other expenses. What was the verbiage for the trust account?
What was the verbiage for the trust?
Yeah, for the vertical trust account, yeah. And
Oh.
how is that managed, I guess, is the question.
Well, let me help on this.
Yeah.
The financing approach for the vertical construction.
Yes.
We actually are going to maybe expand it to not only use of low-income housing tax credits, but there's other financing approaches such as 223D that HUD puts out. There's also the 501c3 nonprofit bond funding. There's a variety of funding approaches that can be used for the vertical construction, which have certain requirements. For example, the LIHTC, you have to be a 60% AMI and below. You have to, on an annual basis, submit your income qualifications as well as be subject to inspections and all that. So there's requirements for the vertical construction, which is separated from the land. The land up front, we're going to issue pursuant to this new law that Ori mentioned, which allows us to issue a homestead lease right up front. Separate entitlements, all of that. More importantly, the ability to independently name a successor independent of the financing. So if the person should die before that 15-year compliance period lapses, unlike our present setup, they can still pass it on to their 25% heir. So that was a big thing and criticism of our existing financing program for the 60% AMI and more. So with this change, we'll be able to address that.
Okay, so my understanding of LIHTC is the LIHTC qualification, say it's 60%. That's on the unit.
That's on the unit. Right.
So in this case, if the person that got the LIHTC and had the vertical separated, let's say they were 60% AMI, when they, and say they pass away, and they give it their 25%, do they have to meet the 60% AMI?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's important.
Right. That's important.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Kalechi?
So we have some places, isn't like La'iopua, there's time frame. Can we retroactively apply this law?
That's what we're going to do.
Okay.
But we need to run it by the investors. Invested, because part of the concern is with the investors. Are their investments going to be jeopardized by this change? There's a lot of concern is that it does jeopardize. There may be penalties, what they call a recapture of certain fines and fees by ending this process before the 15-year period, or actually 10 years. And so we need to make sure that it doesn't jeopardize that. And assuming it doesn't, then we'll move forward with retroactively applying this.
Okay. So Ori, thank you. So SB 3236 became law when?
It is currently with the governor and has not been signed yet.
Oh, so what's the deadline on that?
We did not give a specific date for signage. The governor constitutionally must announce his intent to veto by, I believe, the 25th of this month.
Okay.
And I haven't received any, or the department hasn't received any notice of any intent to veto this bill.
What about like inside or discussions, not maybe inside, but just discussions with staff at the governor's office that the governor does plan to? You plan to? No, inside.
Yeah, I got inside.
Okay.
These are inside.
I'm on his cabinet, so.
Okay, we got it.
So Kali, one other comment is, so if the beneficiary at that point, or the successor at that point doesn't meet the 60%, then they'll be bypassed.
No, they won't be bypassed. That's, we might have to, I don't know, that would be one of the.
That would sort of be my concern.
That is my
because
concern
most
too,
likely
yeah.
your successor is going to have a higher income. Right? Because you got a younger generation, maybe have a good job, Tutu passed away, leaves it for more of the 25%, or now you can't get it. That maybe at that point we're going to have to go back to the developer, and we may have to, if you want it, it's going to cost you X.
I don't know the answer.
Yeah, I
gotta
think it's
find
something we
the
have to
answer
think
now.
about. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Ori.
Mahalo.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay, the next item on the agenda, C5, DHHL Enforcement Unit.
Good afternoon, Chairman Watson and Commissioners. David Hoke with Enforcement Unit. This is our monthly Enforcement Unit's efforts and statistics for May 12th through June 9th. So during this past period, we had 11 requests for investigations and produced 22 reports. To date, we've had 63 requests for assistance. Over the past month, we did 2 major operations. One was for LMD, in which we removed some trespassers and cleaned out a portion of King's Landing. And also we assisted LDD with removal of a demolished structure in Maku'u, which was known to frequently have trespassers. And so now that lot should be passed on to awards, so hopefully it gets leased out soon. Page 2 for other enforcement unit updates. So In addition to the requests that we receive, our unit is going to be trying to make a focus on, identifying patterns or holes in, the way we operate. We also want to find ways to help mitigate the risk and then also reduce the wait list. So the first two points that I brought up, over the last month, we executed a limited right of entry to a residential property. And then the next one, we also secured a home in PKE. And for both of those situations, that is important because what we've seen is that homes that after a beneficiary dies, it's kind of in this limbo. And historically, the department has taken the position of hands off, that's not really our responsibility. So, I want to thank Chairman Watson for taking this aggressive approach. We know that during that period, it's the property is susceptible to criminal activity, and then also we've seen the asset deteriorate. And so taking this approach, unfortunately, we cannot speed up, the successorship process. Sometimes the death certificate takes a while. Things have to go to public notice. All these things that we really can't speed up. So what can we do in the interim? We can take steps to secure the property or put somebody in the home that's going to follow the same rules as everybody else in the surrounding homestead. So definitely appreciate taking that aggressive stance and Chair giving us that support. And I also want to acknowledge our legal assistant, Shannon Cruz, who was real beneficial in drawing up that limited right of entry and then also getting those letters together for us to put it out and then also secure the home. The next thing that we did this past month, we assisted LMD with serving a notice of default to a commercial lease. Again, this is something that hasn't been done in a while. We want to help the department. That's our income generator. So if people are delinquent, we want to make ourselves available to go assist the department and getting the funds that are owed to us. And lastly, as I brought up, I believe it was last month, we wanted to make a push to kind of identify homes in Papukalea that we feel could possibly be vacant. So I want to thank Investigator Nick Bolan. He really took the lead on this. We identified 29 possible homes that look or appear to be vacant. And so over the next month, we're going to kind of break down the scenario. Is it in inventory? Is it leased out and nobody's occupying it? Is it pending transfer, successorship, something along those lines? So hopefully next month, I'll be able to kind of break down these 29 homes. And then from there, the department should be able to decide what's the next best step to address these homes. And then after that, we'll be moving on to a couple other homesteads on Oahu to go address this same issue. Yeah. And then for the pilot program, this month we had one new report that met the criteria of possible organized crime. And to date, we've had 8 total reports. We utilized crimemapping.com as recommended by HPD to go look at all the police reports generated during this term. And it does support that there is no major arrest for anything that appears to be organized criminal activity. So again, that's all good things that were there. So again, 6 months has passed with this pilot program. I believe that, we've had a lot of success. In the next few weeks, we'll be doing something big with HPD. We'll bring update to you guys next month. But over the next 6 months, moving forward, we're hoping to expand this pilot program to the outer islands, specifically Hawaii Island. We believe we have the critical pieces in place. So we're going to go sit down with the county police, the mayor, and hopefully, we can go put this pilot program into motion over there. And that's it. Any questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, David, for you and your team, Kip. And, we're out there pounding away, right, Nick? We appreciate that you're able to identify properties that need to go back into our inventory so that the people who are so patiently on the wait list have the opportunity to take control of properties that have been deserted or abused or should not be in the hands of people who are not to what we're trying to do. So thank you. I know it's a lot of hard work for you folks, and we appreciate that. And Chair, thank you for being aggressive on returning those properties to the wait listers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. See you two guys in the back there. Thank you. Okay, D1, HSD status reports. Juan Garcia, for information only.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the commission. Again, we have for information only. I'm sorry, for the record, Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. You've been provided various reports associated with the lessee count, the application count, as well as the loan delinquency report. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. From last month to the previous report to this month's report, the department was able to convert 2 more UI or undivided interest leases. The reason I point that out is, as you know, the department awarded lots in Pu'uhona. There were an additional 11 undivided interest lessees that were able to select lots for that subdivision. And we can only expect that there'll be additional UI lessees or undivided lessees that will be able to select as we move on to phase 2 and phase 3 of Pu'uhona. Moving on to applications, there has been an increase from the previous month to this month's report of an additional 24 applicants that have been placed on the wait list. Those 24 new applicants represent 41 applications. Again, 24 applicants representing 41 applications. And that's it, unless you have other questions with regards to the report.
Juan, maybe you can talk about that event we had on Maui a little bit. How it went?
Yeah, Pu'uhona awards. Awards are always fun and enjoyable because it's a time of just sheer excitement. We had over 150 beneficiaries there present, hoping and praying to receive an award. I had the privilege of speaking with an individual, a applicant that has been waiting for an award. She shared with me that she wasn't expecting to receive a lot, but she had high hopes that she would, but not expecting to receive one. She shared with me that had she not received an award, the family was ready to relocate to the continent, to the mainland. So she was in tears when I was talking to her that she was just so grateful to receive an award. I also talked with Auntie Abby Pully, who was one of the recipients. She's been on the list since 1969. She held a undivided interest lease, and she also received an award. So again, it was a time of just sheer happiness, just so relieved, just for the beneficiaries to receive an award. So like I said, with phase 2, phase 3 coming up, I can't wait for that day to happen.
So I want to follow up. You said about 150 beneficiaries
Plus
showed up.
beneficiaries and their families. The place was packed.
How many awards was available?
I believe there were 54 lots, and 52 lots were awarded, but I believe a couple were not selected.
I agree. It's an exciting time when you do stuff like that. And I remember you said, Chair, that you were thinking of maybe having entertainment and whatnot. You did.
There was music, Hawaiian music, awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good, man.
Look at that. Awesome. Thank you, Juan.
You're welcome.
I don't know, we could have all the commissioners coming to this thing if you guys want to come. But for sure, the commissioners from the island. But, you know, I know you guys unpaid, so maybe we should have you guys on.
For real?
Yeah.
For
Okay,
real.
we'll do that from here on out.
I move that.
All right. Okay, anything else there? Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
Nicole is here. We're going to move on with the workshop. Again, Commissioner Nevis, this was at your request. D6 is a workshop on successorship of application rights. And with me is Nicole Bell, the applications branch supervisor, as well as Kanai Capeliela, the acting Oahu District Office supervisor. So with that, I'll hand it off to them.
Aloha, commissioners.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Is this good? Just as Juan said, Nicole Bell, Applications Branch Supervisor. And the workshop I have prepared for you today is about pending successorships with named successors. The title does not, I apologize if it's a little bit confusing, but essentially these successorships are pending and there is a named successor to this successorship. The Hawaii Administrative Rules, Section 1038 states that an applicant may designate an individual relative who is at least 18 years of age, a native Hawaiian, that means 50% Hawaiian ancestry, from among the following to succeed to the applicant's application rights. Husband or wife, child, grandchild, father or mother, widow or widower of a child, brother or sister, widow or widower of a child, widow or widower of a brother or sister, that should read, or a niece or nephew. The rule further states that the applicant is encouraged to designate a successor during the time of submitting their application. And this designation shall be filed in writing. The department shall acknowledge the designation in order for the designation to be deemed filed. And the applicant may change the designation of successor at any time. And that these changes or updates should be made in writing. Okay, next slide. So currently, or as of June of 2024, the number of applications that are pending successorships is 1,275 applications. That calculates to 870 deceased applicants in which the successorship is still pending for. Of course, these counts differ because we know that an applicant can have two applications, right? They can hold either a residential and agricultural application or a residential and pastoral application. Next slide. So the next few slides are actually about, it's the distribution of pending successorship for each type of lease across each of the islands. So for agricultural applications, on Oahu, we have 112 pending applications. On Maui, there are 142 pending applications. For Hawaii Island, there are 201, for Kauai, 47, and for Molokai, 42. And then we have pastoral applications. Oahu doesn't have any pastoral, you cannot apply for pastoral lease on Oahu, hence not having Oahu here. But on Maui, there are 23, Hawaii Island, 70, Kauai, 6, and Molokai, 8. And then as far as residential applications, we have 281 that are pending for Oahu, 115 for Maui, 157 for Hawaii Island, 27 for Kauai, 24 for Molokai, and 3 for Lanai. So around this time last year, I had our branch did an audit of the pending successorship. And during this process, we discovered that there were applications with named successors, but no contact information for these guys. And so what we found out were there were 529 of these situations where these are applications. They have clearly identified a successor, but other than the successor's name, the successor's date of birth, and then the successor's relationship to the decedent. We have nothing else on these guys, which is unfortunate because we don't know how to contact these folks. And we've made an attempt to make a contact with them with using the last known address of the deceased applicant. And unfortunately, we still haven't gotten any responses for that. And one of the big reasons why it's that way is because the previous version of the designation form, it literally only had the name, the date, date of birth of the successor, and then their relationship towards the decedent. We've thus revised that form, and now we ask that that the applicant identifies their successor and that they provide a current mailing address for these guys. So yeah, it's not much of an issue now. And then as far as addressing that issue, what we've decided is to move forward with this special public notice. And we plan to publish or organize this public notice sometime this year. And what it is our attempt to get a hold of these named successors. So we're gonna publish a list of all these applicants who have a named successor, basically calling out to see if anyone can help us identify or get a hold of these named successors so that we can move forward with these applications. And then if for whatever reason we don't get a response through this special public notice, the intent is to come and ask for commission approval to basically cancel the designation, allowing us to then move forward with a regular public notice, allowing other eligible relatives the opportunity to succeed. So that's all forthcoming. That's all in the making. Okay. Other scenarios that we've come across during this audit include situations in which the named successor appears to be deceased. So we know this by finding obituaries online. However, verifying the decedent listed in the obituary to the actual named successor, if those are indeed the two same people, can be difficult if there isn't further information about the person in the obituary. So we verify with obtaining death certificates of the named successor so that we can make sure that they are indeed deceased, and if they are, then we can move forward with having the decedent's name included in our regular public notice. What's difficult or what can be challenging sometimes is when the named successor dies out of state. So it's even more harder for us to kind of get those death certificates in situations like that. Okay. And then there are scenarios in which the named successor appears to not qualify. For some of these successorships, we have not been able to complete the successor's Kumu Ohana chart so that we can verify or determine their blood quantum. And a lot of times it's because we haven't received the documentation we need to complete their Kumu Ohana chart. And then in other scenarios, we have completed the KO. And clearly it shows that they do not qualify, they do not make the 50% blood quantum requirement. However, as far as our procedures go, the two things we kind of need in order to move forward with a successorship is that we need the KO to be completed. And then also we ask that they submit a quit claim to application rights form. Basically, this form relinquishes their rights and claim to the application rights of the decedent. Once we have those, then we can move forward with including the decedent's name in our regular public notice, in our annual public notice, allowing other relatives the opportunity to succeed. So in the past, there has been some discussion as far as next steps about possibly amending the admin rule or maybe adopting a commission policy to help address some of these pending successorships. But I do want everyone to kind of keep in mind that a pending successorship causes no delay or no consequence to others on the wait list, as the opportunity for an award is given to the next applicant in line on the list. And as stated earlier in this workshop, the applicant has a right to name a successor. And the completed form clearly illustrates the applicant's wishes and who they want to be named as a successor. And I think it's our job as a department to try and honor that as much as possible. Yep, that's all I have. Any
Chair?
questions?
Yeah, I have a question for you. Yeah, thank you. On that pending successorship, you have number of deceased applicants with a named successor,
Yes.
870.
Yes.
So do you have a list of lessees that do not have a successor?
The list is of applicants. So as far
Okay,
as the
so-
lessees,
Yeah.
I would not have that list. I'm not sure.
Some of these lessees do not have a successor.
Yes, there
right?
are some lessees that don't have a
So-
named successor.
I don't know how frequently you guys review their application or their lease, or if you have some kind of a update stating that these people do not have any successors. Is there any information going out to them, letting them know you don't have a successor, so you better get a successor? Because
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
So
I
they
do.
don't leave out a person.
Right, correct. We don't have a protocol or procedure in place for that right now, but I know every time there is a community meeting, Juan is always advocating for lessees and applicants to name a successor, to be sure that, you know, if you have a lease or you have an application, it's important for you to even communicate to your family who it is that you're wanting to name as your successor. So there are efforts that way.
Yeah, and I know you have something about successors passing away. And, you know, you can't get a hold of anybody, you
Yeah.
know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's going on now, yeah, so,
Yes.
thank you.
Just to add additional context, again, this workshop is specific to those applicants that designated a successor, right? So we do have those applicants that pass away without having named a successor. There is a process for that with the public notice. So those applications that do not have a designated successor, we do publish a notice calling those qualified relatives to submit their successorship claims to take over that lease or application. It's the cases where the applicant did designate a successor, but for various reasons, the department is unable to get a hold of those designated successors, or those designated successors are not responsive with providing documentation to prove their 50% Hawaiian ancestry.
So, Chair, if I may. So, yeah, and I'm on the PIG to get into this a little bit deeper, but I just wanted to make one point, and it says under transfer application rights, the applicant may designate an individual who is at least 18 years of age, a native Hawaiian, 50% ancestry. If the applicant at that point knows that person's less than 50%, then I don't believe the quit claim form is appropriate. But we'll get into that through the PIG. I think that's really important because what it doesn't affect people on the wait list, but it affects the rights of people that should have that application successorship. And the thing is we, like you said, you try to get them to turn stuff in, they don't turn it in, that sits there. And it does take away rights for other relatives that should be in that position that are 50%. So that's sort of a discussion we got to get into and figure out how we're going to figure this out. Because, but then the other thing is to have this many people in limbo. That means that application goes nowhere. So if you have somebody that's been on the list for 30 years and they pass away, and you got a family members that should get that, and it's given to somebody that doesn't respond, we got to do something. So that's a process we'll have to go through.
Yeah, and you bring up a very good point
Yeah.
as to who should have that application, who should take over that application, right?
Yeah.
But there's, on the other flip side of the coin, is a situation where a applicant beneficiary names a child, and that child has to be 50% Hawaiian. And death takes place, so we're working with that child of the applicant. Now, it's hard to get into the mind of that applicant, but that applicant's intent was to give that application right to that child, son or daughter. The act allows for a successorship right to be transferred to a spouse, child, grandchild, brother, sister, widow and widowers of the sibling, widow and widowers of the children, and nieces and nephews. As Nicole indicated or stated earlier, there is no foul with regards to not completing a successorship, because those on the wait list who have the right to receive will not be negatively impacted by this pending successorship of an application right. Going back to the illustration, there is a possibility that that child, who was the designated successor, to then have a child, which would be the grandchild of that deceased applicant, who may at that time, when he or she reaches 18, will have the 50% blood quantum and may then qualify for that successorship. That's where the quit claim may come in later, years down the road, where that child could then submit a quit claim, knowing that a grandchild of the deceased applicant may then qualify when that grandchild reaches the age of 18 and is fully confident that he or she has the 50% blood quantum to qualify as a successor. So I think the PIG can take care of or have dialogue on what's the pros and cons with that waiting period.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Juan, because of the succession.
Yeah.
1 through 5. If it was a brother or sister, they're number 6. So what I'm saying is if that person, and I understand, if that person is less than 50%, they sort of hold this in limbo until they can marry 100% Hawaiian and get their grandchild to be 50%.
Yes.
And then take it over.
Yes.
Understand. Thank you. It's gonna be a fun meeting.
Thank you, guys. Okay, just to be clear, so applicants that name a successor when they apply, going forward, starting today, we ensure that this named successor has some form of last communication, mail, phone number, whatever, address. That's what we do now
Yes.
to avoid all the missing folks that we can't find. So for applicants, the successor needs to be Native Hawaiian. And we talked about that. But then for lessees, though, it's different, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so are we, I mean, why haven't we considered, like, when an applicant files their application, that we require them to put a successor, and if not, say, I don't want to. I mean, rather than all this follow-up and a lot of time you guys spend chasing down people and whatnot.
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, so the form, the designation form itself it has those two options. So it does have the option, I, so-and-so, would like to name so-and-so as my successor. And then the second option is, I, so-and-so, wish to not name a successor at this time. So we just kind of give them that
option.
choice, that option.
Okay.
But then they could change that successor
At any time.
At any
So
time,
Correct.
yeah.
They're back at square one.
Correct.
Yeah, understand.
So we're very flexible. Make you guys work harder.
Thank you.
Any other,
Just a quick question. So there was a beneficiary who came to me and asked that he add his son on as a successor. His son lives in DC and was told that the son has to fly home to submit all documentation. Is that true?
So just to clarify, the person you were speaking with was an applicant on the wait list, a lessee.
A lessee, correct.
I'll defer.
Yeah, a lessee, and we receive that occasionally. Again, if the lessee is residing on the mainland, I would hope that that individual did get an approval for a leave of absence.
Lessee is residing at the residence.
Oh, okay.
The successor is residing on the continent, and the leasee is wanting that child to be the successor. In order for that to happen, they were told that he needed to fly home to submit his documentation.
That is not true. Yeah, that's totally false. In fact, the applicant, the lessee who's wanting to file a designation is not required to bring that potential designated successor into the office with the lessee.
Mahalo.
So thank you for always being at the community meetings, begging people to name their successors. You know, with 28,000 people on the wait list and us trying to catch up with things, Salesforce, does that help us when we go automated? Does that help your division at all?
One of the concerns that staff has is manipulation of kupuna lessees. Staff tries very hard, and staff by no stretch of the imagination are doctors or expertise with regards to the status of or the stability of one's mind. But we try our best to make certain that an individual that does come in to file a designation is of sound mind. And that becomes more evident when a kupuna sits before us. We want to make certain that he or she, first of all, knows why they're in the office. Because a lot of times the response we get is, oh, I don't know, my mopuna told me to come with them. That immediately raises a red flag. We have been called many names because we refuse to have the lessee file a designation because there is a question with the lessee's state of mind at that time. And when that happens, we request the family to kindly get a statement from a physician to clearly indicate to us that the lessee is of sound mind.
I guess my question goes back to automated database. Are we in the 20th century or the 18th century, or, and so as we automate, will that help you?
It'll help us to get to quickly retrieve the information, but again, successorships are very it's confidential, and the fear would be easy access to others, and that's why we want to protect the rights of the beneficiaries, so that although we tell the lessees to tell the family who he or she selects, it's still a confidential information.
Do you folks have a video on the website talking about this,
You know,
this particular topic?
Thank you for that question. We are working with our information office on working on that. In addition to community meetings, we have been also requested by certain communities to come and speak to the beneficiaries on this topic. Last month in May, Kanai, myself, Dino Shiro, we all provided, we met with individuals in East Hawaii, primarily kupunas, and we provided information on the loan products as well as transfers of leases as well as transfers of application rights. And we did another similar workshop at Princess Kahanu Estates here on Oahu. I believe that was in April. At the last meeting in Kona, we did receive another request from that community, and we're looking at August to do again a similar workshop. So we are available, and we want to make certain that every single beneficiary, applicant, or lessee understands the process with regards to filing a designation, and again, the consequences of not doing so.
Chair.
Sorry, I hope that answers your question, Commissioner, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, Kanai, Nicole, and Juan, I've seen situations where a leasee, when deceased, leaves the successors to all of their children, like 2 or 3, 4 children, and it becomes a problem. I'm not sure if how you folks look at this, but and then you end up having them come to contested cases where they're fighting among themselves, you know, and I'm not sure if that can be somehow have a policy for that. You know, like say, you know, maybe the oldest, then the second oldest, or the youngest, or what have you. You know what I mean? Because, oh boy, because it's you know, it's hard because they end up, you know, they go to court. But that's what the parent or the leasee leaves to all their children. Yeah, but I don't know how this can be fixed because there's problems going on right now. I just hope that something can be done instead of the families fighting among themselves.
On the application side, again, the applicant can only designate one individual as a successor, but on the lessee side, the lessees are given the opportunity to name more than one. And we try to provide some of the experiences that we're aware of with regards to the issues of multiple successors, but staff can only advise. It's ultimately the lessee's decision to designate one or more than one.
I think one thing I might suggest, and it just sort of woke me up, you know, when you have a lease and you're gonna put in a successor, you have to provide a birth certificate. On the application, you don't. You just name someone. So maybe we fix that and say, you have to name someone, we need a birth certificate to confirm who that person is. Because that's what we've been chasing around for years, trying to get a birth certificate. That may be something we might want to talk about as we get through. Thank you.
Thank you.
One, you know, to Commissioner Helm's comment about, you know, several folks being named successors. So we approved one today on the consent agenda, right?
Yes, there was one.
So, I mean, if, my question then is, if you felt there was some potential pilikia with that, you would share that with the commission?
If we're aware of any situations, we would let you know that there are issues.
I think this one was voluntary. Yeah, the one we decided on today, I think.
There were a couple today.
It was voluntary, yeah. Yeah.
I think we have somebody who wants to testify.
She's signing in.
Yeah, come on up.
We're not taking any more applications, sorry.
So I was at a commissioners meeting several years ago, and I was astounded because, no, I mean.
No, the guy's online, can I hear?
Sorry, Kalamaya. What disturbed me the most was the exchange between father and son. And thereafter, I had talked to the chair and said, you cannot, please do not allow the public exposure to this kind of interchange. It's not for us. I immediately, within a day or so, if not that meeting, I told Juan, I said, you need to come to my homestead meeting and you need to tell these people what they have to do. And he did. And I was so grateful for that. And that was many years ago. And so I've given it some thought over time. And I will tell you that I have changed the designation of my successors to my lease. Because when people have 10 kids, please don't put 10 kids on that. I only have 3. There's 2 spots, but I changed mine because over time, as I watched my children, I understood who I could look to. Not that I had any more or any less love for any of them, but I think that the challenge for you as commissioners and for the department staff is to be, one, get them to designate a successor, whether or not it is on the application or on the lease. That's one. Do we need to amend the admin rules? We may have to. We need to take a hard look at that, right? Like for me, it's, no, you don't get a choice. You're doing the application, bring in the birth certificate for your successor because we're gonna need that too. Yeah. That's my response, right? The other thing is for lessees, I'm glad you only have 2 but people still squeeze in the other names and that just creates a problem for the staff and for you as commission. And what I've always told people who have come to me with an issue and have, the commission isn't, I said, that's not their job. Their job is to follow the act and to follow the admin rules. Staff job is to do the same. Your job is to designate it. Did you do that? Oh no, but okay, then that's your answer. So this is an ongoing problem, but for me, the biggest problem is trying to track these people down. And I don't know what tools we can provide the staff, because they spend countless hours doing the tracking when they can be doing other things. And what other options are there for them to utilize, right? They're looking at the computer for obits, fine. Is there an opportunity to connect with the city's driver's license? If they're in state, they have a driver's license. Can we connect to that? If they're out of state, there's not much you can do. And so, one, I know you go to the community meetings, so you better be taking those forms with you and not only talking about it, but saying, if anybody in this room wants it, I'll be in the back of the room and you can come and see me and fill this out. But again, there's still the documentation. And, that's what I would say, but let's be realistic. How many people are going to show up at a community meeting with all their documentation? So this is a really frustrating. I'm going to say it's a frustrating issue. I've heard this discussion. I've been in this room since what? 2008, 2009. And I've heard this many times before. But what I'm trying to say, and for those who are listening, you have your jobs, they have their jobs. It's not for us to determine or for you to determine. It's the lessee or the applicant's kuleana. It's our kuleana. And you're trying to do the best you can. And I appreciate the fact that you're trying to determine whether or not, the person that's coming in, because I've heard many of those stories. I have heard many of those stories where somebody brings them in, they change it, next thing you know, they holla, and you have sister and brother or sister and sister, because the sister knew she was on there, but then the time came, oh, her name not on there. So I'm really appreciative of all the work you're doing, but can we look outside for other sources, at least in Hawaii? Because to me, the first thing that popped up was driver's license. And, just requiring that from the onset applications that the applicant has to name a successor and to provide the successor's birth certificate or evidence of documentation. That would only be my suggestion. Thank you for accommodating me, Chair. Sorry.
Aloha Kapua, Waianae Valley Homestead. I want to echo everything that you folks have been sharing already, but in this day of technology, like Tito was just sharing, having a streamline to other agencies or state or county agencies that have this type of information is great, but the onus is on the applicant. The onus is on the lessee. And so at the time of application is when we need to really, that's when we've got their attention. So as has already been stated, recommended, bringing in the documents, but not just like how you pointed out, not just the name, but that relationship. Who are they to that applicant, and even to the case of lessees. So there should be some standardization, and then you have different levels, different degrees, depending upon which documents you're completing. And Juan, instead of you having to go to everybody's community, it would be great to make that video and have that information online so that everybody can see, not just the applicant, but all of the family members, because the family members, they know that some of the family don't qualify, but they want to try. And then again, as I've shared with other friends of mine and family, that it's for the family to decide. And then if they don't decide, then the department makes that decision of who does or doesn't get it. And I think we need to put timelines, because we shouldn't have homes vacant for years while we're looking for the lessee, the successor. That should not be, because that would not be in the private sector. So we need to kind of align ourselves closer to that, but still maintaining who we are, and that we are not 100% Western and we have to follow that. But we should incorporate some of standard business practices. And to me, I think putting the timeline and obtaining that email, that phone number, that address, and then sending it out when they first get application for that confirmation, almost like a membership. You're a member and you need to confirm. Absent your confirmation, you could be dropped from the list if we don't hear from you in 3 years. But each year, you're sending out this notification so that the department is doing their due diligence. Because, when I hear that the department has to go and look, I'm like, no, the department staffers are busy trying to serve, not look for who we're going to serve. They've got so many people that are saying, serve me, serve me. And those are the ones that are saying, here I am. So if you're a Hawaiian and you qualify or you think you qualify, apply. And the more information that this department can put online and make accessible to the beneficiaries, the easier their job will be. There'll be less repetition. There'll be less having to go to meetings. Although we love alohe alo, We really do, because it's our way, you know, so I just wanted to add that in. And thank you folks so much. Mahalo.
I think one of the things that we're doing regarding accessibility to information, recently we got some legislation passed regarding access to the Department of Health records, both birth certificates as well as death certificates. And so we have an MOA, but we've also got, and I believe, I don't know if the governor signed it already, but the statutory authority to access, and then you guys are working, we're putting people at the Department of Health to access. And I'm hopeful that with Salesforce, we can make all this information readily available. So when we ask who you want to name as a successor, and then we say, oh, well, you also got to bring in the birth certificate, maybe we can have a situation where we ask them to bring it in, but also authorization to access maybe the records that we need to in order to certify that that person is qualified. I think the easier we make the process for them, including working between the different departments, it'll expedite the process, but it also, more importantly, protect our beneficiaries. So that's something we did go in this past session, and we're successful in getting it approved. So we're working to try and make a better system, but it's an ongoing process. But I do agree, a lot of the onus is on the beneficiaries, at least initially. Okay. Any other comments or, okay. Oh, Kana.
Excuse me, Kana Kapeliela, Oahu District Office. I just wanted to say that, believe it or not, when we have beneficiaries come in and they do a designation of successor, what we tell them is, make sure you tell the person you've named, because sometimes people have no idea that they were named successor to the lease or to the application. The other thing that Juan and I always push is always have that conversation with your family. I chose this person as my successor. I want all of you to know that this was my choice. So that's something we always encourage with our beneficiaries. Have that conversation with your family. Let them know what your choice was, so that when you're gone, there's no question about it. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
So only one guy is going to pay for the funeral then, huh?
Whatever.
Okay. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay. Okay, D6, G1, DHH Water Policy Implementation Plan status for 2025. Andrew?
Before I begin, I just wanted to take the real quick opportunity to say mahalo nui to Commissioner Helm for his years of service. Sorry I wasn't around earlier this morning to mahalo you, but I do want to take the time. Really appreciate all the work you've done for our beneficiaries. I think our beneficiaries should know that you diligently follow up with staff on their concerns, and having been a recipient of many of your emails, they should know that you have been looking out for their interests. So mahalo for all you have done for our beneficiaries. Commissioners, item G1, for information only, this was actually a carryover item from last month. It's the water policy plan implementation status, what we did in 2024 and what we look to do in 2025. With me today, I have Shri Ananda, who is our water resource specialist. She will be giving part of the presentation, but I'll just be doing the first couple slides. Normally we would have Jonathan here, but he's on a much deserved vacation. So our presentation today will just kind of cover 4 basic areas: the historical context of water in the implementation of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, the current water policy plan that was approved by this body in 2014, what we did last fiscal year, and what we hope to do next fiscal year. Next slide. So during the passage of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, there were several systemic challenges that arose that still affect us today. Next slide. So the first challenge, kind of illustrated by this text from the testimony of AG M. Robinson, is that the department has always been challenged with finding not only a sufficient source of funding, but also a consistent source of funding. This text from this gentleman who testified against funding the Commission Act kind of sets the context for why our program has been challenged in implementing the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, in particular, providing infrastructure to water resources. Next slide. The second challenge during the passage of the act was that, as we all know, all of us who are familiar with the department and its mission, is that at the outset, the department was challenged because all of the good wet lands were set aside for the sugar plantations, and a lot of the land set aside under the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act were dry, remote, and arid, thus making it very challenging for our beneficiaries to settle in these areas. So a lot of our challenge has been to find water for dry, remote land resources without sufficient and consistent funding. In addition to that, this is also another historical record that Jonathan found. Next slide. In areas that there are sufficient water resources and that are serviced by county systems, sometimes when we advocate for water, we also have to do it at the county level and advocate that the counties provide us or work with us to provide sufficient water. So here's an example of Waimanalo back in 1957, where there's lots of water on the windward side, servicing parts of Kailua, but unfortunately, because of policy decisions made by the Department of Water Supply at that time, no water was being provided to Hawaiian homelands in Waimanalo. So that's just an example of some of the challenges, not only at the state level getting sufficient funding and trying to develop our lands, but also at the county level and working with counties to provide us with water. This is just kind of a carry-on of that last text. And then this next slide, just moving on more into the 20th century. Again, water has been a challenge, has been one of the main challenges in implementing the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act and addressing our wait list. And then lastly, in 2002, I believe this was a law journal article that was found. In addition to the external challenges that were set up during the passage of the act and external challenges working with other entities, the commission back in 2002 and the department back in 2002 didn't aggressively assert our water rights and our water reservations. And that was a problem and a challenge. So having said that, next slide. Again, the challenge that the department and the commission could have done better back in 2002 in exercising our water reservations and going after water for our lands has been something that we've been trying to fix and address. So for the first century or 90 years of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, the department and the commission has never had a water policy plan. So back in 2014, the commission finally adopted its water policy plan. So Cherie is going to take us through what is in the current commission's plan, real briefly.
Thank you, Andrew. So the water policy plan was passed in 2014 after 3 years of research and 2 rounds of beneficiary consultation across the Pai'aina that covered the role of the plan, DHHL water rights, and feedback on key issues. Background research includes reviewing legal documents, Water Commission and internal records of DHHL's needs and uses, and AG opinions. Scoping interviews were conducted with key stakeholders such as beneficiaries, water law experts and advocates, and water purveyors. And through this research, key themes were identified that assisted in shaping the water policy plan. Next slide, please. So the water policy plan is shown as in Exhibit C, and there are 10 main sections. A few of those sections are vision, mission, values, policies, goals, and the implementation program. There are 23 goals, and they all tie back to DHHL's Water Kuleana. These are specific goals and tasks that are needed in order to achieve the vision. What you see here are our 4 priority goals. 1, affirmatively communicate with beneficiaries regarding water decisions, performance, and water rights on regional and annual basis. 2, aggressively, proactively, consistently, and comprehensively advocate for the kuleana of the beneficiaries, the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and the Hawaiian Homes Commission to water before all relevant agencies and entities. 3, to develop and manage a water assets inventory. And 4, to support watershed protection and restoration on DHHL lands and source areas for water. So what has been accomplished since the water policy plan was adopted by the Hawaiian Homes Commission? What you see here are fiscal year 2024 accomplishments that are further expanded upon in Exhibit A. First, filing a water use application in Maui Komohana for Leali'i Parkway. Nomination and confirmation of 1 member of the East Maui Water Authority, otherwise known as Ahawai o Maui Hikina. That was based on the county charter amendment passed in November of 2022. The East Maui Water Authority is seeking to obtain county control of water and delivery systems in Maui Hikina. Continued progress on the development of 2 well sites in North Kona for the build-out of DHHL lands in La'iopua. The May Hawaiian Homes Commission submittal, item G7, provides further detail on this. 3 rounds of statewide beneficiary training in collaboration with Kahuliao Center for Excellence in Native Hawaiian Law at William S. Richardson School of Law on how to prepare for, apply to, and assume leadership positions in county and state commissions with Water Kuleana. 1 beneficiary completing the program is now the chair of the Maui Board of Water Supply, and 1 is a nominee to the Commission on Water Resource Management. And lastly, completing hiring for the Department Water Resource Management Specialist, which is me. Next are our major goals for fiscal year 2025, which is expanded upon in Exhibit B of our submittal. We want to have a focus on Maui as a result of the Maui fires and other issues. Water advocacy, planning, reservations, and source development will be a major focus in the next year in both Maui Komohana and Maui Hikina. For Maui Homokana, we are looking at development and rights, including water use permit applications. For Maui Hikina, we are including the implementation of the charter amendment for Ahawai o Maui Hikina. Continued water efforts for source development in West Hawaii. Seeking reservations of water across the Pai'aina. Due diligence on water system offers on Molokai, and continued work related to the Waimea Watershed Agreement on Kauai Island. Thank you.
Any questions, comments? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, what was we got? Okay, we have come to the end of today's agenda. Mahalo nui for participating. Tomorrow's agenda will begin at 9:30 a.m. We are recessed for the day. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.